Constitution.
I'm Mark David Hall.
I'm Professor Walton.
I'm Professor Jeff Browk.
Let's get into Foundations of Law.
Get this free online course today. Call now or visit cbn.com/law. This election night, with a country divided and America's future hanging in the balance, go to a place you can trust. CBN News. CBN News presents an election night special with live coverage. Get live updates on each of the campaigns, plus reliable analysis on the shifting balance of power. Watch the CBN News Election Night Special, Tuesday night, November 5th, beginning at 8 on the CBN News Channel.
An election like none other.
One of the longest.
I am tonight announcing my candidacy for President of the United States.
And shortest.
So I decided the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation.
I'm no stranger to unlikely journeys.
Presidential campaigns comes down to this.
American citizens with the final say.
Deciding who will lead the country for the next 4 years. Former President Donald Trump.
It is time to turn the page.
Or Vice President Kamala Harris.
The two history-making nominees hold competing visions of the future, reflecting a deeply divided electorate, with Americans concerned about the economy and jobs, immigration and the border, and social issues like abortion and the fight for life.
Voters also deciding local and statewide races, likely shifting the balance of power in Washington, with ripple effects across the globe.
You're watching special CBN News coverage of election night in the United States, a trusted source of news and information because truth matters.
And good evening, and thank you for joining us for this special coverage of the 2024 election. I'm Jenna Browder.
And from the CBN studio headquarters in Virginia Beach, I'm John Jessup. Well, the biggest contest tonight, who will be the next president? Throughout the evening, we'll have up-to-the-minute results in the heated race for the White House, a race that's been too close to call since President Biden ended his campaign and Kamala Harris rose to the top of the Democratic ticket to challenge former President Donald Trump.
Of course, that's not the only race we're watching. City, county, and statewide elections will help determine the country's direction next year and beyond. On Capitol Hill, Republicans are hoping to gain control of the Senate. There are 34 upper chamber seats up for grabs tonight.
And Democrats are trying to win back the gavel of the lower chamber, where all 435 House seats will be decided by voters. Meanwhile, residents in 11 states are choosing governors. Among the biggest issues this election cycle, abortion access. 10 states have ballot measures that will dictate the future of the matter. As the evening progresses, we'll also update you on where those initiatives stand.
But of course, the big ticket tonight is the Oval Office. Former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris are both hoping their campaigns have done enough to secure that top spot. To do that, not only do they have to win over the American people, they need to gain enough votes in the Electoral College.
And with that, let's bring in the team that will be leading you throughout the night. For expert analysis on both the presidential and congressional races, we're joined by CBN News Chief Political Analyst David Brody and editor and publisher of Inside Elections, Nathan Gonzales. We'll be looking to David and Nathan throughout the night for the latest results as they come in and to help break down and make sense of all the data.
In addition to their expert analysis, we have teams on the ground covering all angles of election 2024. As Republicans and Democrats try to win control on Capitol Hill, Kelly Wright joins us to break down the battle over the balance of power. And on site with the presidential hopefuls tonight, we have Tara Mergener and Michelle London. As polls are closing throughout the night, we'll touch base with them for the latest from both campaign watch parties.
But we'll begin tonight right here with both David and Nathan. David, let's talk overall. We already have some races that have been called, not a whole lot, but what are the different paths each candidate has to secure enough electoral college votes to win the presidency?
Right, so we'll get to the paths in just one moment. Florida just called, by the way, for Trump. Expected, obviously, but we should point that out. And about 32% or so of the vote, John, right now in Georgia. Obviously, we don't know the results. We're not going to probably know them for quite some time here. But Georgia and North Carolina are the key two states that we're going to be looking at early on here tonight, possibly Michigan in about an hour or so from now. In terms of the past looks, it's very simple for Kamala Harris. She's got to do 3 Rust Belt states. It's Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Win all 3, you are at 270, literally on the button, and she would be the next president of the United States. So Donald Trump has to win one of those Rust Belt states. That is a known fact tonight. As for Donald Trump, he's got more flexibility, John, here. He's got a lot more flexibility. He can lose 2 of those 3 Rust Belt states. As long as he wins one of them, then he can cobble together something in the Sun Belt, 3, possibly even 4 in the Sun Belt, but he doesn't need all 4 at that point. As long as you win 1 in the Rust Belt and 3 in the Sun Belt, he'll be the next president of the United States.
And that's because the math works out better. Some of those Rust Belt states don't carry as many electoral votes as the Sun Belt states.
That's correct. I'm glad you got that right.
Nathan, it's going to be a long night. We should prepare for that. Are there any places that you're particularly keeping an eye on that could give us a sense of where things are going?
Well, at first, this feels a little bit like Christmas morning, even though we're here at night, because you see all the presents, but maybe your parents make you eat breakfast first before you can open up. You have to wait. You have to wait for the results. I'm looking for surprises, meaning, you know, Florida is going as expected toward Trump. But what is a surprise? Because that could tell us, are the polls once again underestimating Trump support, or is it underestimating Democratic support? This is the first presidential election since the Dobbs decision, and there's a chance that it's underestimating Democratic support. So I'm looking, you know, what is going to be the first surprise of the race? Pennsylvania is the big prize. Presidential, Senate, 5 key House races, but Pennsylvania is a good example of where ballots are counted at different times. We're probably not going to know Pennsylvania results till later. We're just going to be patient.
We just have a couple minutes left, and maybe for the both of you, let's just move back a little bit and look at the broader picture. So we're talking about this historic race. Both candidates would make history. You would have the oldest American president sworn in, and you would have the first female president. Talk a little bit about the historic moment, maybe a minute for you and then a minute for you, Nathan.
Well, it's interesting because Kamala Harris could have talked about the historic nature of this, and she didn't. She didn't at all. And you can ask why, and there might be some reason as to maybe America isn't ready to elect a black woman president. And don't take my word for it. I talked to Leah Daughtry, one of her close friends, who had real concerns if whether or not America was ready to do that. So we'll talk about that potentially later down the road. Sure. But look, for Donald Trump, he's the anti-establishment candidate. And you know, this idea that January 6th was going to hurt him, or all of these indictments were going to hurt him, it's actually emboldened him. It's emboldened his supporters because he's railed against the system from day one. He sees it as the system coming against him. His supporters see that too. And quite frankly, many independents as well kind of see that as a concern. So the anti-establishment card plays very well, and that could lead Trump to the presidency again.
Yeah. Nathan, just a final thought.
Yep, and I think we've almost forgotten how we almost had one entire election between Trump and Biden that ended on July 21st when Biden dropped out. Now we have this new election. Democrats are just happy to be in the game. The election was going downward quickly for Democrats with Biden at the top. Now they're at least in the running.
That's such a good point. It is an unprecedented election that's already seen a lot of changes.
That's right.
All right, gentlemen, thank you so much. We'll check back in with you throughout the evening.
Well, a Gallup survey from earlier this year shows 68% of Americans identify as Christian. And of those, 55% describe themselves as actually practicing. When it comes to winning over religious voters, Christians have been a target of both campaigns.
During the final push, the pre-election push, Vice President Harris has been on the ground visiting churches.
When I think about the days ahead and the God we serve, I am confident that his power will work through us. Because, church, I know we were born for a time such as this, and I have faith.
Meanwhile, former President Trump has been meeting with evangelicals around the country, a key base for his campaign. Back in 2020, 81% of white evangelicals supported Trump.
That's right. Now he's hoping for their backing again by highlighting his record on religious freedom.
For 4 straight years, I fought for Christians like no president has ever fought before. You know that. I protected the religious freedom of doctors, nurses, teachers, and faith groups like the Little Sisters of the Poor. Oh, I fought for them. I blocked the IRS. They were coming after everybody. They still are, I guess, to an extent. but now they are because of this administration. But I blocked the IRS from using the Johnson Amendment to interfere with pastors' freedom of speech. I mean, we want to hear from our pastors.
According to the most recent Pew Research polling, Mr. Trump appears to have a majority of Christian support. Pew found leading up to today, 61% of Protestants back the former president. Among white evangelicals, that number jumped to 82%, although there is a fall-off among white Christians who do not identify as evangelical, 58% of whom say they support Trump, while 41% back Harris. Among black Protestants, Harris dominates with 86% support.
Best-selling author and international Bible teacher Anne Graham Lotz with Angel Ministries joins us now to help us frame our election coverage tonight from a Christian perspective. Anne, welcome. So we know there's a lot of anxiety in America right now. How can Christians approach this? How can we view this election with more of an eternal perspective?
You know, it's such a good question because all day long, my thoughts have been centered on the throne in heaven. God is sovereign. He's in control. The Bible makes it very clear that he's the one that puts leaders in place. He takes them out and he puts them in. So although I did my part and I certainly voted for President Trump, but at the same time, I know the ultimate decision is God's. And so I believe it's time for God's people to pray. And, you know, the very encouraging thing is that I heard from a great preacher, pastor, evangelist in India. He called me long distance from India. He lives up in the north, and he said he was praying for our whole nation for today. And then I've heard from people all across our country and around the world, they're praying for God to have his way. So regardless of the outcome of this election, I believe I'll take it as God's will. At the same time, can I just say that I believe that we're in a cosmic battle between good and evil, between light and darkness, between truth and falsity, between the kingdom of heaven and the kingdom of darkness. And I think it's more than Democrat versus Republican and some of the things that are being discussed even now. I believe there's an invisible war going on in the unseen world, trying to go after the very heart and soul of America. And the greatest problem in America, can I just make it clear, is not the economy, it's not immigration coming through the southern border, it's not abortion on demand. Those are huge problems. But the greatest problem is sin and the fact that we have left the foundation of faith in the God of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, the father of our Lord Jesus Christ. And until we get back to that foundation of faith, until we put God back first in our nation, I don't know that there's going to be any real hope in Washington, not on the long term. But I appreciate Donald Trump for his, his acknowledgement of God and for his dependency upon him.
And we want to ask you specifically for Christians. We know that there are concerns about how the results of the election may impact things like religious freedom. Can you talk real quickly about the concerns you have about that?
I do have concerns. I believe President Trump will protect those freedoms. I was the chair of the National Day of Prayer during his presidency, and I saw firsthand how he came alongside and protected our freedoms in that regard and hosted us in the Rose Garden, hosted us at a family dinner, led off with prayer. Very, very dear, thoughtful man. But at the same time, I know, and this is not going to be something you or your listeners are going to want to hear, but it's times when we lose our religious freedom that we grow strongest in our faith. So you look at the history in Acts, that when the church came under fire, that's when the church exploded and changed the world, actually. So I want my religious freedom, and I want it for my children and my grandchildren, I promise you. But at the same time, I take all this from God's hand, and I want his glory to come down. I want revival in the hearts of his people. I want our nation to come back to our foundation of faith, and it may take some hard years. And I believe we've had four hard years. My mother said we're not going to have revival until we're desperate enough, and these past 4 years have made a lot of us desperate. And I pray a lot of people as a result of turning to God.
All right, Anne Graham Lotz, whose father, Billy Graham, said is the best preacher in the family. We appreciate you and your thoughts for being with us tonight.
Thank you, Anne.
Thank you so much. God bless you.
Likewise.
Well, let's bring back in Nathan and David. Gentlemen, how important is the evangelical vote in this election, David?
Well, it's everything. And if evangelicals don't get out to vote, Donald Trump's not going to win. I mean, it's just that simple. And if you look back at 2016, you had 80% of evangelicals that showed up. They actually voted for Donald Trump, and he won. In 2020, 76% of evangelicals voted for Donald Trump, and he lost. And now in 2024, we wait to see what happens. And Jenna and John, I got to tell you, you get a sense, at least from a couple of sources that I'm talking to on the ground in Georgia, that evangelicals are showing up in spades, at least down in Georgia, where, of course, the evangelical vote is crucial. The share of the electorate down there, in other words, the amount of evangelicals that make up the voters in Georgia is about 33%. And so we'll wait to see exactly, how big that is, Nathan, tonight. But also in North Carolina, 35%. That's what that share of the electorate is in North Carolina. Bottom line is, evangelicals need to show up, or Donald Trump, as they like to say, how do we say it, is toast, if you will.
Gentlemen, I just want to mention a few races that have been called. AP has called Tennessee and Oklahoma for Donald Trump. Right now, he's leading, according to the AP count, by 95 electoral votes. Harris has 35. And again, it's very early in the night. Nathan, I want to ask you, in the minute that we have left, I know it's early, but what are we seeing from exit polls? Have you been able to glean anything yet?
Not quite yet on exit polls, but John, another race that I saw that the AP called, I'm going to try to pull this up here, in Florida, the Florida Senate race. Trying to find Florida.
Let's go.
I just need, we have toys here.
Florida Senate race. There we go.
Are the toys working?
Nebraska.
Oh, we got toys.
That's all right. So the Florida Senate race has been called for Republican Rick Scott. And that was a race that Democrats hoped to have an upset with former Congresswoman Debbie McCarcel-Powell. So this tells me this is Democrats, some of their long shot races in the Senate, one of them didn't come together. And I think Republicans are on track to win the Senate later this evening.
Okay, maybe a good trend for Republicans early on. All right, guys, thank you. Well, in the lead up to the election, both presidential nominees crisscrossed the country, hoping to win over any last-minute undecided voters. Tonight, both candidates are taking in results from their campaign watch parties.
In the nation's capital, Vice President Harris and her team are holding an election night watch party at Howard University. Michelle London is on site and joins us now for more. Michelle, describe the mood out there tonight.
Yes, John, Jenna, such an exciting atmosphere here. The energy is simply electric. Do you hear it? Do you hear the music? It's mixed also with a bit of nervous optimism as these numbers start to come in. We're watching, we're waiting. We're standing just feet away from the stage, and the crowd is already closing in. Hundreds of people. Doors for Vice President Harris's watch party opened just a few hours ago, and we already have hundreds here. There will be soon a lineup of speakers and various entertainers hitting the stage, looking to energize the crowd and kind of keep that momentum going. Now, this campaign headquarter location here on the campus of Howard University is not by mistake. It's one of the places where Vice President Harris feels most connected. Of course, on this campus, she pledged Alpha Kappa Alpha, the first black sorority in the country. Harris later graduating and earning her bachelor's degree here in 1986. Some of her sorority sisters and classmates and family members are actually here cheering her on tonight. This historic moment adds to the legacy Howard University has built in producing community members since founded back in 1867. Leaders like Supreme Court Justice Thurgood Marshall. Now, in the final weeks of hitting those big battleground states in her campaign trail, Harris has especially leaned into her HBCU roots in her push to appeal to young voters and alumni, often holding events at their homecoming celebrations. Now, tonight, the campaign is confident in its base of women supporters. And here's what she had to say during her final speech to supporters last night in Philadelphia.
So much about these last several years has been about trying to make people point their fingers at each other, to have Americans point their fingers at each other, to try and make people feel alone or feel small. But let us do the work as we work toward this win of building up community and coalition.
And of course, it's hard to compete with the national anthem right now, but here in the nation's capital, throughout the day, Harris has been visiting her Democratic National Committee phone banks. She's spending these last moments thanking volunteers and telling them their hard work will eventually pay off at the polls. John?
All right, Michelle at Harris Watch Party. Thank you so much, Howard University. All right, David and Nathan, in such a short amount of time at the top of the ticket, just 3 months, has Kamala Harris done enough to secure a victory? Do voters feel like they know her enough?
Please. Would you like to say something?
Well, I think that's about what we're going to find out over the next few hours. I think there's still, she had an opportunity to introduce herself. One of the advantages that she had over Trump is that a large number of voters didn't even know who she was or what she did. And so as she introduced herself, she grew in the polls and she gained strength. But as the race lingered on, she started to endure some attacks. She started to get held more responsible for some of the policies of the current administration. And now it's coming down to the wire and seeing which candidate can peak at the right time.
You know, let me just also add, as it relates to Kamala Harris, it's a branch off of that a little bit, but I'm looking at some of the results now inside Georgia. And if you go into Fulton County, and let's actually do that, shall we? Let's just switch on over to this. And there I am. Look, I'm playing around. It's like my Etch-a-Sketch. It's my political Etch-a-Sketch. But here we are, Fulton County. Should I blow that up a little bit more? Let's do that to everybody so everybody can see it. Fulton County. Look at this. So we've got 71 to 27% Kamala Harris. Okay, you say, well, she's winning big time in Fulton County. That's the Atlanta area. That is actually where Atlanta sits. So if you do the math, what's 71 minus 27? Oh, Nathan, please help me quickly. Let's see, 50 plus, that would be 44% in terms of Kamala Harris beating Donald Trump by about 44%. Well, in 2020, Biden won Fulton County by 46%. So right now, she is down 2%. And those numbers typically aren't going to change too much. I mean, in other words, that's kind of going to be the trajectory of that type of county. If those numbers hold, that would suggest that Kamala Harris is not performing as well in Fulton County. We'll wait and see. But Fulton County, of course, she needs black voters in those key areas. And if you look around, you've got Fulton County right over here, and then all those other counties around it, we got over here Clayton County. I'll just go right here. Clayton County, you got Cobb and DeKalb and Gwinnett and all of those. So we're going to monitor that, John and Jenna, tonight to see, can she get out the black vote, as we have been talking about ad nauseum, really, the last month or two. The fact that she is down a couple percent in Fulton County, not good for her, but it's early. We'll wait and see.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. All right. And, of course, we'll continue to monitor the Harris headquarters. Meanwhile,
former President Donald Trump is at home in West Palm Beach, Florida. And that's where we find senior Washington correspondent Tara Mergener live from the Trump campaign. Tara, what's the atmosphere like there?
You know, John and Jenna, it's actually pretty chill. We're at the convention center. We've got a cocktail party going down on the floor. They're erupting in applause as some of these results come in. As you said, Trump is at his Mar-a-Lago home. He's hosting a number of dinner parties there tonight, and he's expected to be back here later. He voted today after being up all night. He was with his wife, Melania. He looked tired. His voice was hoarse, but he looked very ready for this election to come to its conclusion. Let's take a look from some of the highlights on the road to Election Day. Now, tonight marks the culmination of a remarkable and unpredictable 2024 campaign. Donald Trump's journey to this moment has been dramatic, marked by highs, lows, and an undeniable connection with his base. Starting off strong, he led by more than 30 points out of the gate over his GOP challengers, one of the widest primary leads in recent history. His campaign zeroed in on two key issues that have fueled his momentum throughout this process: the economy and immigration, with inflation holding at about 4% and prices of essentials like gas and groceries continuing to strain budgets. He points to his own record, including 2.9% economic growth in 2018, as evidence of his ability to get this economy back on track. Many here tonight see him as the answer to what they view as the economic mismanagement under the current administration. But this campaign, as we know, has not been without major hurdles, including 2 assassination attempts. Trump's legal battles, which have been near constant throughout the campaign, with multiple indictments threatening to overshadow his message. Surprisingly, these challenges have not appeared to hurt him. Instead, they seem to have strengthened his standing among his base. A recent poll finds that 71% of Republicans viewed all of this legal stuff as politically motivated. Now, this is a sentiment that boosted donations and enabled Trump to maintain a strong presence in the battleground states. Now, back here live in West Palm Beach at the convention center, the proof will be in the pudding, possibly tonight, maybe not, we may not know, but supporters are trickling in. They're erupting in applause, as I said, as these results come in, the ones that they like, of course. Trump again at Mar-a-Lago. He will be expected to be here probably around 10 or 11 tonight. That's the unofficial word. But again, you know, depending on how this all shakes out tonight, we could be here very late. It's undetermined. But again, they're excited, but at this point, still subdued. We're expecting about 5,000 to 7,000 people, I understand, but nowhere near that yet. John and Jenna?
Yeah, Tara, judging by the crowd there now, how optimistic do you think they are going into tonight?
Well, you know, they're not as enthusiastic, I feel like, as they might be, but I think overall they're very excited to see the results. Everyone's pretty well ready to have this election come to a close. They're hoping for victory. I did bump into a campaign official today earlier, and I said, what is the mood behind the scenes? He says it's cautious optimism. They are concerned about some of this election stuff going on, some of the, you know, alleged fraud that's happened and some of the stuff going on at the polls. But overall, they are hopeful. You know, after 2020, it's not quite as certain as it was in 2016, but I think overall they believe he will prevail tonight.
All right. Tara Mergener from a mellow or subdued West Palm Beach for now. Thank you so much. We'll check in with you a little later. David Nathan, you just heard Tara's reporting there. We know that Trump concluded his campaigning last night, early this morning in Grand Rapids. What surprised you about some of the tactics or strategies of the Trump campaign this election cycle? We know that he's leaned in to the theme of immigration, leaned in on the economy, but he's also seemingly outsourced some of the ground game to outside groups. So what's been surprising to you this time around?
Well, I think that's surprising for sure. And that we're going to find out tonight how that outsourcing has gone. We're talking about to groups like that are headed by Elon Musk, Charlie Kirk with Turning Point USA, Ralph Reed, and the folks at Faith and Freedom Coalition are doing a lot of work too. The FEC rules change, and so therefore there's more, how do I say it, bonding, or at least they can work together more closely. So we're going to wait to see about that. But I thought one thing that surprised me, at least, Nathan, was this idea that Donald Trump was going to try for the young male voter out there to do more of these long-form podcasts. And the question, Nathan, to me has always been, okay, great, knock yourself out. You want to get the male vote up, sure, but at the same time, those are low-propensity voters, and you're running a risk if they're not going to show up and play video games on Election Day. That's not going to help you at all.
And Trump has been operating in he has a high floor and a low ceiling. In 2016, he got 46.1% of the vote. In 2020, he got 46.8% of the vote. The national polling average coming into this election, Trump was at 46.8%. And in the 2016 election, that was just enough to win the Electoral College. In 2020, it was not enough to win the Electoral College. And I think tonight, all the early signs are that this is heading for a close race in which that support could be just enough to win the Electoral College again. And so neither candidate has any room for error, and outsourcing your get out the vote operation is a calculated risk on the campaign's part, and we'll see if it ends up working.
You know, John and Jenna, real quick, there's an update in Virginia, which is interesting. And once again, you have to dive into the numbers and see where the vote is coming in from, and we'll look a little bit closer. As a matter of fact, let's just do that, shall we? I mean, here's Virginia. Look at these numbers. Donald Trump right now, 37% of the vote in Virginia, is leading by 0.1%, which is a bit shocking at this point. But once again, please, the caveat is, Nathan, as we've been talking about all night, it's early. And then you go into all of these red and blue dots, and you know, you look up in here and you see where Fairfax County is, and you see how much of Fairfax County has come in as opposed to Loudoun County. These are big Kamala Harris places where she's going to get a lot of votes. And then you've got to look down in the rural area down here in the southwestern part of Virginia where Trump wants to run up the numbers. So we'll give you a sense here when you check back with us as to what that means specifically. But the fact that Virginia hasn't even been called yet is just interesting. I don't know, Nathan, if you feel that to be a little strange. Virginia counts quickly. It wasn't considered a swing state. or toss-up, a battleground state, and yet we're about almost, what, a half hour in, and they're not calling it yet.
Well, some Democrats might be having some PTSD, because in 2016, that was one of the early warning signs that Virginia was not immediately called when the polls closed, and that, you know, eventually Trump won that election. And so I'm sure some Democrats are having some memories.
Yeah. We know that it could be a bellwether for the race. We also want to mention that the AP has called Kentucky for President Trump.
Well, as Jenna just mentioned, Kentucky, and right now that means the electoral count as it stands is 95 for Donald Trump and 35 for Kamala Harris. Something to keep in mind, though, throughout the night is that as ballots are counted and results come in, the candidate standings and share of votes will be fluid.
Yeah, and while one candidate might seem to be winning, as votes are processed, things can definitely change, and that doesn't necessarily mean misconduct or fraud.
For more on that, let's bring in Chris Crawford. He's a policy strategist at Protect Democracy. Chris, great to have you tonight. As we're seeing some early numbers come in, when do you think we'll know the results, and what do you think people should keep in mind?
Well, patience, patience, patience is the key for tonight. We're expecting a close election. Different states have different rules for when they can count certain ballots. Some states are just starting to count the mail-in ballots, for example. Others have been counting them as they come in. And so we probably won't have a projected winner this evening, and that's okay. We need to be patient, turn to our election officials, secretaries of state for trustworthy information throughout the night.
So election officials have overseen upgrades since the last election, and we're also seeing beefed up security at polling places. Talk a little bit, Chris, about the safeguards put in place to protect the votes and the count. And are they enough?
Absolutely. I do think they are enough. And just one example on the security of our elections, I went and observed our election equipment being tested in my county, and most election equipment is actually tested publicly ahead of our elections. And I was able to see the safeguards, the redundancies, the fact that most equipment is not connected to the internet. About 95% or more voters are voting on paper ballots in this election, and that number goes up with each election. As far as safety, we're also seeing a great deal of coordination between election officials and law enforcement to really overcome challenges and communicate well with the public throughout the day today.
Chris, let's talk a little about threats from adversaries like Russia, China, and North Korea. What threats do they pose to our free and fair elections?
So there's a couple of things. One item of breaking news today was that there were bomb threats sent in at some polling locations in Georgia, majority black polling locations, and there are initial indications from the intelligence community that those were coming from Russia. The other thing that we should be keeping in mind as we watch the results come in tonight is we know that China, Russia, and Iran are trying to spread, frankly, nonsense about our elections online in order to undermine trust in our elections. So I think of it as our patriotic duty to be careful about how we consume news overnight and to be careful and check the news and be careful what we're sharing to our friends and neighbors.
All right.
Slow and steady.
Chris Crawford with Protect Democracy, thank you so much for your time and insights tonight.
Thank you.
Well, aside from the White House, control of the House and Senate are also on the line tonight.
The Democrats hold a narrow majority in the Senate, but that could change tonight. 34 upper chamber seats are up for grabs. Republicans are hoping to make gains and take control of the balance of power. Meanwhile, in the House, all 435 seats are facing an election. Democrats in the minority for the past 4 years, trying to change that. For more on that, let's bring in Kelly Wright on Capitol Hill.
Kelly, thanks for joining us not only for election night, but this, we should also mention, is your first appearance as part of the CBN News team, and we want to welcome you. But let's start with the Senate. How do Republicans need to perform tonight to win that chamber?
Well, John and Jenna, they've got to do a lot. They've got to get those extra seats that are hotly contested in really battleground states like Pennsylvania, for example, where third-term Senator, Democrat Senator Bob Casey is up against a challenge there from Dave McCormick. The interesting thing about that particular race and campaign is that what Casey did something very strategic. He didn't really go out with Kamala Harris, the vice president. he actually did a campaign stating that when the former president was president of the United States, he actually worked alongside of him to get some of those policies that the former president Donald Trump had during his administration. Interesting note about that is that he recognized that Pennsylvania was going to be a hotly contested battleground state that could make or break the presidency of the United States, determining who would be the next president. Perhaps in hindsight, as we see, he may have chosen wisely, but he is being tested like no other time in his long career. And then over in Wisconsin, you have Senator Tammy Baldwin, Democrat incumbent senator, who's being challenged there by Eric Hovda. Eric Hovda is very confident that he can defeat her. The results have not come in yet. We expect that much later tonight to see if she will be able to hold on to her seat. And then over in Montana, don't forget Jon Tester. He's a man who's notable for what he's done for veterans throughout this country. However, he is up against the test of his political life, and he could face a challenge that unseats him in Tim Sheehy, who's running against him. T. Sheehy, a Navy SEAL member, a member who fought in Afghanistan, went on to win the Purple Heart, has a business for actually firefighting, aerial firefighters. He's really making an attack on Tester. We'll see what happens in that state. Yeah. And then you look at other places like going to the House, where you've got New York and California weighing in on that. So it's still very fluid tonight. We do know that West Virginia has turned red since Joe Manchin has retired, the Democrat, and then, of course, being won by Jim Justice there in West Virginia. And the interesting thing, real quickly, about Virginia, I spoke to Alan West, the former Congress member of Florida, the former lieutenant colonel. He's out in Texas, and he said, Kelly, watch out for what happens in Virginia. It could be the surprise tonight if Tim Kaine, the current senator there, is unseated by his challenger, and that could prove to be a bellwether for the rest of tonight.
That would make for a lot of very surprised people. I mean, just a few seconds left, Kelly, but talk to us a little bit about the House and what we're looking at there.
So the House, as I was alluding to earlier, is really, it's incumbent upon what happens in New York. New York went through a series of redistricting, as you know, was forced by the judge there. He said, wait a minute, this is unfair, let's make it more competitive. No side likes that. Republicans don't like it, Democrats don't like it. That's where it's being hotly contested in upstate New York as well as Long Island. And then out in California, same thing's unfolding right now. Republicans out there are being challenged by some of the Democrats. The Democrats think they can actually get some steals out there. We'll continue to watch these hotly contested races in New York as well as California to see if that will have any influence on the House. I can tell you that what's happening right now as the results keep coming in, if I have my notes here, and let me read this for you real quickly about what we see happening right now, if I have not lost my notes. And of course, you would know in live television, they just disappear. Right. But right now, we do see Republicans. Republicans are having a lead right now in the Senate, as well as a lead, surprisingly, in the House. So watch this. It's early. We'll see what the results are as the night goes on.
Okay, Kelly Wright on Capitol Hill. Thank you, Kelly. Nathan, what key races are you watching in the House and the Senate tonight?
65 of them, Jenna. We're going to go one by one. It's going to take all 3 hours of our coverage. No, we're not going to do that. I think the thing to know about the House, not only it's about as close as the presidential race, but almost a quarter of those races that are going to decide the majority are, their poll closing time is at 10 p.m. Eastern or later. That's including a half dozen seats in California, Alaska, Montana, Arizona. And so because it looks like the fight for the House is going to come down to just a handful of districts, it could be days or even beyond because of how slowly the ballot counting is in California. We could have in New York, there's some key races. Hopefully we'll get those a little bit later this evening.
David, real quickly, I know we're getting new information on exit polling. Can you talk to us about some of the information we're getting, particularly about the gender gap? We hear a lot about the gender gap at the top of the ticket. What are you learning?
Yes, I'm just getting this in now. Not good for Kamala Harris. The exit polls show that Kamala Harris is winning women by 10 points. Now, on the surface, you say, hey, she's winning women by 10 points. That's pretty good for her. Actually, Joe Biden won women in 2020 by 15 points. So she's down 5 points in a key voting group that she needs, Nathan. That's a big deal. Donald Trump, according to the exit polls, is plus 11 with men. plus 11. He was plus 8 in 2020. So he's up 3, and Harris is down 5 from Biden's total. That generically doesn't sound good, Nathan. Your take.
And also what we're looking at is the share of the electorate. In 2020, women made up 52% of the electorate compared to 48. Right now in the exit polls, it's showing a 53 to 47 advantage. So we're not only looking at the margins of the gender gap, but also the share of the electorate. And so if more women turn out to vote, that would be a benefit for Harris.
Right. So you have to kind of wait and dissect the numbers. Speaking of numbers, if we could go to the map, because this is a huge development the way I see it. In Virginia, Nathan, correct me if I'm wrong here. Well, let's go to Virginia. Remember we talked about, well, first of all, let's just go to the national map and just show you where Virginia is right now. Okay, right here, we've got Virginia, and you've got Trump leading by 0.4 over Harris, which is kind of shocking to begin with about 40% of the vote. So then you say to yourself, okay, well, maybe some of those liberal counties haven't reported yet. Well, take a look at this. This is Loudoun County. Look at this. 97% of the vote is in Loudoun County. Kamala Harris, let me put that up again, sorry, is up by 16 percentage points. You say, okay, 16, that's pretty good for her. Actually, not really. She won Loudoun County, Biden won Loudoun County in 2020 by 25 points, or 25%. So she's winning it by 16%. That's a 9% drop-off in a huge exurb of Washington, D.C. That is notable tonight, guys. That's important to understand. So just to give you, not to geek out on numbers, but why not? We're here doing election coverage, so I guess this is the place to do it. Kamala Harris, actually, when you look at how many votes she lost in Loudoun County compared to how many votes Donald Trump won, it's about a 20,000 net differential that Donald Trump won in Loudoun County tonight. That was not expected, so we're going to be monitoring that.
All right, thank you, guys. Yeah, it looks like the vice president may be underperforming President Biden. We'll have to see. But in the lead up to this election, the economy has been a top of mind for many American voters.
And a top talking point for the nominees.
I call it an opportunity economy in terms of the vision, right? About giving people access to opportunity, knowing that the people in all communities, in our community, they want, yes, a job, but they want to be able to build wealth. They want to be able to build intergenerational wealth, home ownership, small business growth, right?
If I win, we will quickly build the greatest economy in the history of the world. Which is what we had in our last term. We will rapidly defeat inflation, and we will very simply make America affordable again. We're going to make it affordable.
Gallup polling found it was the leading issue ahead of Election Day, with 52% of voters saying the candidates' opinions on the economy were extremely important in casting their ballots. That's compared to 41% for immigration and just 37% saying abortion policy was extremely important.
Mark Hamrick joins us now. He is Washington Bureau Chief and Senior Economic Analyst for Bankrate.com. Mark, great to see you this evening. So the Biden-Harris administration got a dismal jobs report for the month of October, and the Labor Department had to go back and correct itself for August and September to the tune of 100,000. How much do you think this factors into voters' minds, or are they paying attention?
Yeah, I don't know that I would characterize the jobs report exactly the way you did, Jenna, but the jobs report was not something that would make someone gain a lot of confidence in the economy, because there were some one-time factors such as the Boeing strike, the impacts of hurricanes and flooding that dampened the payrolls number. And you're right, there were downward revisions that were concerning for the previous 2 months, erasing 112,000 jobs in total. I find it very hard to believe that that jobs report would have made a difference for those who would have been persuadable, simply because the economy as an issue really had inflation as the top sort of box to check off. And then after that, other affordability issues were 2 and 3 based on Bankrate surveys, number 2 being healthcare costs, and number 3, affordable housing. Jobs was much lower on the list. So I think that people have been obviously hurt by inflation, the challenges associated with the cost of housing, the cost of healthcare, the cost of prescription drugs. Those are more structural or longer term issues those didn't just pop up in the news cycle as did the October jobs report.
Mark, in the closing days, Trump has been saying he'll fix it, referring to what he calls as the failed policies of the Biden-Harris administration. The vice president has been talking about how the economy has been improving. What do you make of their closing arguments?
First of all, the president doesn't have a lot of control over the issue of inflation. There is no switch in the Oval Office to turn on and off. The Federal Reserve is the main cop on the beat. But I do think that Harris may have failed to address the issue of inflation with a sufficient response. For example, much of the inflation that we experienced was, number one, because of supply chain disruptions related to COVID, and number two, adding insult to injury, Russia's invasion of Ukraine. These were primarily, number one, COVID issues, and secondly, the Russia geopolitical issue. In terms of Trump going to fix it, well, it's in the process of being fixed if the Federal Reserve is allowed to do its job, because interest rates have been raised very high. And as we know, the Fed has begun to lower interest rates ever so slightly. We expect them to do the same after their Thursday announcement. All right, Mark Hamrick, thank you so much for your time. Mark Hamrick with Bankrate.
Well, in addition to the economy, abortion has been a leading issue for voters this election cycle.
While it's been a talking point for both presidential campaigns, at a more local level, voters in 10 states will weigh in on ballot measures about abortion.
CBN's Lori Johnson joins us now with more on that. Lori, what do these different measures look like?
Well, Jenna, 10 states are voting on ballot measures to amend their constitutions to allow access to abortion. Most of the amendments would allow abortion until about 24 weeks into the pregnancy. If passed, the laws would be formally enshrined in the state constitutions, preventing legislatures from undoing them. In some states, passage would also mean replacing current stricter laws. Both sides of the issue have been trying to win over voters.
So that's going to be our main focus, is just getting to the millions of persuadable voters, some of whom don't always turn out, and make sure every pro-lifer in America is turning out to vote and that they are voting their values.
Now, abortion amendments could draw people who don't normally vote to the polls, and these abortion voters could play a pivotal role in other elections, such as the presidency and the balance of power in Congress. John and Jenna.
Lori, we know that one of the states that had an abortion amendment, it failed. That was Florida. What are we seeing as far as any of the other states that have had these ballot measures?
Well, right now in Florida, which is being very closely watched, 90% of the precincts have reported. And once again, the question is, do we expand access to abortion to fetal viability? Right now, Florida has a 6-week ban. The yeses actually have it. 57% to 43%. Now, it's important to know that in Florida, it requires a 60% threshold to pass, but right now it's at 57% with 90% of the precincts voting. Also in Missouri, interesting, only about 1.7% of the precincts are reporting. Remember, Missouri has a complete and total ban on abortion, and the question before voters is, do we expand that to fetal viability? Right now, the yeses have it, 54% to 45%, but again, only 1.7% voting at this point.
All right, Lori Johnson, thank you very much.
Thanks, Lori. Well, right now we want to bring in Kristen Hawkins, president of Students for Life. Kristen, so this is the first post-Roe presidential election. So far, Republicans have been a little bit all over the map trying to find their footing. As a pro-life activist, what do you make of seeing how the abortion issue continually crops up in these election cycles and how they're showing up in exit polls tonight?
Absolutely. There's a lot to unpack here. I mean, this was the first presidential campaign in history predicated on killing more babies. I mean, that was the entire message that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have been presenting to Americans for the past several months, that if they are elected, they want to see more children die in abortion facilities across their country. And sadly, you're right. We've seen many of our friends in the Republican Party and conservative movement shy away, back away from talking about life. And we've been warning for months that Republicans do this this at their own peril, because you cannot run from an abortion bully. The bully will always chase you down. And so I'm very excited to see some of the results coming in. What we saw in 2022 that was vastly underreported, the candidates like Senator J.D. Vance and others who are unapologetically pro-life prevailed handily in the races. Those who were wishy-washy as Republicans on the issue of abortion were the ones who lost. So I'm so excited to say that Amendment 4 has failed in Florida. We have been dramatically outspent in every single state ballot referendum. And I want to correct something that was just said in the earlier segment, because these aren't just ballot referendums to fetal viability at 24 weeks. Because of a loose definition of the word health that Planned Parenthood, the DOJ has even argued at the Supreme Court, these are all trimester up until the moment of birth ballot referendums. If this would have passed in Florida, a woman could have said her mental health would be at risk for giving birth or having a child, and it would have justified abortion even in the 9th month of pregnancy. So it's a massive win. Thanks to the pro-life movement, thanks to Governor DeSantis, that we defeated Amendment 4 in Florida. And so hopefully we see that in a few other states, but it's going to be a hard night for the pro-life movement, I think, with some of these ballot referendums, because we were so much outspent in these states, and the misinformation that's been conveyed to especially young women across the country from Democrats, from the legacy media, has been one of fear tactics and really misinformation, trying to even say that if these ballot referendums don't pass, women who have miscarriages can't get care, which is absolutely 100% false.
Kristen, if Democrats win, what do you expect to happen with the filibuster and changes they've said they want to make to the Supreme Court to enshrine abortion rights in federal law?
Absolutely. Senator Elizabeth Warren has been the most outspoken. If Democrats win the Senate, they have pledged to end the Senate filibuster. And what they're saying is they want to restore Roe. What we've seen already twice in the House of Representatives when Nancy Pelosi still had the gavel, endorsed by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, was the passage. Thankfully, it was stopped in the Senate because of the filibuster of the bill called the Women's Health Protection Act. You often hear Kamala Harris and others say they want to codify Roe. That's actually not what this bill does. This bill goes farther than Roe versus Wade. It would mandate in every state, even in the states that have passed laws to protect women and children from the predatory abortion industry, it would mandate that abortions up until the moment of birth can be committed with taxpayer funds. And if you're a Christian who serves in the medical profession, you will have no rights of conscience to refuse to participate in abortion. That is the Women's Health Protection Act, which Joe Biden, Kamala Harris signed an open letter begging Congress to pass. It's been stopped because of the filibuster, because Democrats didn't have 60 votes in the Senate. That is why the Senate is so, so important, because what they want to do is they want to shove this down the throats of every American. And this is something that's vastly out of touch with at least 80% of Americans.
Kristen, in the time we have left, I want to ask you about the Senate race in Maryland. Republican Larry Hogan, who identifies as pro-life, ran as a pro-choice Republican. Will that be a model moving forward for Republican candidates?
We hope not. I mean, it hasn't been a winning model for Republicans, right? If you going back to 2022, Mehmet Oz, Herschel Walker, you had a lot of candidates running for the U.S. Senate in 2022. That was the first, race after Roe fell. And all of those pro-choice Republicans lost. It was pro-life Republicans that won. And so, I mean, and that matters. I mean, think about the Arizona state poll that just came out a few weeks ago that said 30 million Christians were planning not to vote, 20 million of whom voted in 2020. And the Trump campaign, conservatives across America, started calling on Christians to get out, to vote, to remember you're not voting for your pastor, your Sunday school teacher, right? You were voting for a political leader who was going to limit the amount of evil in the world. And I think that's significant, because I think that was kind of the kick in the butt some Republicans needed to remember who is in their camp, who is the ones going out, knocking on doors, showing up, standing in lines for 6 hours on election day to vote. That Christians, conservatives are a very important part of the Republican Party tent that we have. And so I don't think it's going to be a model going forward, because it's not going to be a winning model. When I was on college campuses this fall, I ask students just straight up. You know, Donald Trump has said maybe he supports abortion in the first trimester now. Does that make you want to vote for Donald Trump now? And they all handily, all these pro-choice students said, heck no. It doesn't win them any votes on the other side. All it does is causes Republicans to lose votes and suppress people.
We are unfortunately out of time. Kristen Hawkins with Students for Life, thank you so much for your time tonight.
Great insights.
Thanks for having me.
All right, we want to bring back in David and Nathan. You guys, David, to you, abortion, a huge issue for evangelical voters. How have we seen this play out in the election? Any numbers tonight that you can point to?
Well, let's, I'll tell you what, before we get to abortion, we got to get to the story of the hour, and it's huge. The exit polls, they are now out, Nathan, and let's go to some graphics. Just put anything you want up because it's all not good for Kamala Harris. But why don't we start? I'll take your lead on it. You just put it, there you go. Look at this. Biden in 2020 won women by 15 points. Hopefully we have that there. But anyhow, the bottom line is Biden won women by 15 points in 2020. And now, as I look at my handy-dandy note, Harris won them by 10 points. So she's down 5 points in women. Among men, as when we talked about this before, Trump won men in 2020 by 8 points. It's now 11 points that Trump has won by. And if you go down the list, and can we put up the... let's do the black voters tonight. Look at this. This is not bad for Kamala Harris. Biden won black voters by a differential of 75 points, you know, between Trump and his vote, 75. Tonight, Harris doing about 74, so it's about the same. The evangelical vote, and I'm not quite sure if we have the full screen yet, but I'll just tell you if we don't. The evangelical vote, all right, that's fine. The evangelical vote was plus 52 for Donald Trump. In other words, he won 76% of evangelicals in 2020, and Biden won 24%. That differential is 52 points. Tonight, that figure just in, 81% for Donald Trump, 81 to 17 for Kamala Harris. That's a point differential of 64. Donald Trump has gone up 12 points with evangelicals from 2020. There's a whole lot more here. I know we can go through a lot of these numbers, but look, if I can just quickly tell you, the Hispanic vote, guys, this is unbelievable. Biden won the Hispanic vote. There's the evangelical vote. So look at that. Trump is 12 points better with evangelicals in terms of a point differential this time around. The Hispanic vote, Biden won the Hispanic vote by 33 points in 2020. This time, Kamala Harris won the Hispanic vote by 8 points. That's a 25-point differential, Nathan.
Yeah, and we have to remember that the 2020 election was incredibly close. And so if Harris is going to underperform with any number of demographic groups, she's going to have to overperform somewhere. And we're still waiting to see where she's going to make up that ground.
Well, I'll tell you one place she might make it up, just barely, but it's only one demographic, and it's something that she's counting on. It's white women with college degrees. We've talked about that. Biden won white women with college degrees, guys, by plus 9 points over Trump. Now, Harris has won it by 20. So there's one area that she's done better in, for sure. But all these other areas, she's losing big time. And then speaking of another area that's so important to her, the suburban vote has just come in. This is huge as well. The suburban vote. Joe Biden won the suburban vote in 2020 by 2 points. Donald Trump has won the suburban vote tonight by 2 points. That's a 4-point swing. So that's a big deal, too. Look, these numbers are bad for Kamala Harris in the exit polls. And once again, is it time to give the caveat on exit polls?
Well, so for those of you, there are actually 2 sets of exit polls, but also exit polls are going to change throughout the night as more people are interviewed, either as they are exiting their polling place, or people that have voted early or by mail. Pollsters are trying to get them on the phone to learn about how they voted. So these numbers are going to change, but not necessarily dramatically.
One last thing. I'm sorry. I got one last number, and then I'll stop. I feel like I'm going crazy here with the numbers, but this is important. The Catholic vote, which of course we know is important up in Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. Joe Biden won the Catholic vote in 2020 by 5 points. Look at this tonight. Sorry, that should say Donald Trump. Excuse me about that. That's Donald Trump winning it by 15, not Kamala Harris. So 15 points Donald Trump has won the Catholic vote tonight by 15 points. Wow. Joe Biden won it by 5 points in 2020. Quickly, let's get a calculator, Nathan. That's a 20.
Told me there would be no math.
I'm sorry. We both failed the test. That's a 20-point differential with Donald Trump tonight in terms of the Catholic vote. Somewhere down the line, as we move through this evening, you would think those numbers are going to extrapolate and play out in the states. But we'll wait to see.
Yeah. Well, we know the Catholic vote is often a bellwether, or can kind of foreshadow what's coming in the night ahead. All right, you guys, thank you so much. Well, we are coming to the 8 o'clock hour of our election coverage. John, it's been an exciting first hour.
Oh, my gosh, I can't. I'm like at the edge of my seat.
Yeah. We're going to continue to monitor all of the results. We hope you'll stick with us here on CBN News as we watch the 2024 results come in for Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Keep it here with CBN News.
There's a movement growing.
I felt led to pray for America.
I started to pray for America.
I am praying for America. People from all over the world are praying for America. Right now, we're praying for all 50 states, and we want you to be a part of it. Only through humbling ourselves in prayer can we change the course of our nation. So join us. Go to prayforamerica.com. Take the pledge to pray with us. When you do, you'll receive your free Let's Pray for America gift. It includes a prayer card, an exclusive Pray flag, and static clink sticker to let others know you've joined the movement. Plus, special prayer guides to help as we pray together. Be a part of this movement and let's pray for America.
I am praying for America.
I'm praying for America.
I'm praying for America.
Join us now at prayforamerica.com. Call now or text PRAY to 71777.
Because of Superbook, my parents and brother know Jesus, just like I do.
You can spread the word of God and share the love of Jesus with CBN Animation. Through the Superbook animated series, the Superbook Kids Bible app, and Superbook Academy, we are seeing millions of children transformed with the gospel message, and it's making a difference.
I'm so happy that my family knows Jesus. Thank you, Superbook, for our new life. I am not lonely anymore. I know God loves me. I pray, Lord Jesus, I invite you to come into my heart as Lord and Savior.
To the people who created Superbook, thank you. Superbook changed my life.
You can spread God's love to children around the world and right here at home. Call 1-888-700-7000 or go to cbn.com/animation. Share God's love with children around the world today.
Welcome back to CBN's special coverage of election night in America. It's 9 p.m. on the East Coast, and polls have closed in about a dozen more states, including the battlegrounds of Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And welcome back to the special CBN News coverage of the 2024 election. I'm John Jessup, joined here by Inside Elections' Nathan Gonzales.
And I'm Jenna Browder. CBN News chief political analyst David Brody is also with us. John, Nathan, let's start with you. What are we seeing in some of the Senate races so far?
Well, Nathan, why don't we begin with one of the states that's already been called, West Virginia.
Yeah, West Virginia. So this was Senator Joe Manchin, a Democrat. His seat, Republicans have won that. That is +1 for them in the fight for control. If Trump wins the White House, then Republicans will be in control. If Harris wins the White House, then Republicans will need to get a second seat. One of the states that we're also going to be watching is in Maryland. This would be an upset for Republicans. Former Republican Governor Larry Hogan, which was mentioned previously, running against Democrat Angela Alsobrooks. You'll see he's up 75 to 25%, but notice 1% of the estimated votes counted. This might be different than what you've seen before, where you hear about precincts, the percentage of precincts counted. AP and others have gone to estimated vote, and so this, I still expect Larry Hogan to fall short. But
and the polling has shown Alsobrooks in the lead.
Correct, by double digits, because Maryland is still a very Democratic state. Harris is likely to win Maryland by 25 points, and that would probably be too few ticket splitters that are willing to go for Hogan and for Harris.
Do you want to also go to maybe Ohio?
Let's talk about ticket splitting in Ohio. This is another key race. Hopefully we'll have results later this evening, final results. Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown running even with Republican Bernie Moreno. We've had this race rated as a toss-up. If Republicans are able to win this seat, then they will be in the majority. But what we're also watching is ticket splitters. If we go to the presidential race here in Ohio, Sherrod Brown himself said that he believes that he can win if Harris loses Ohio by 7 points or less. And you'll see right now Trump is up by 6 points with 18% of the estimated votes counted. So it is right on the edge. If Trump can boost his numbers in Ohio, if he does better, then I would expect Sherrod Brown to fall short, and that would be a Republican majority.
All along, we have said this is going to be a close race. This also, the Ohio Senate race is one of the most expensive races this election cycle.
Getting close to $500 million in spending. So for those of you that don't know how, you've experienced this, ads, wall-to-wall ads.
Why don't we talk about some of the House races? I know it's still early. If I can get there.
Let's go to Virginia's 2nd District. Well, we don't have to go to Virginia's 2nd District. We are here in Virginia's 2nd District in Virginia Beach. This is one of the top races in the country. Republican Congresswoman Jen Kiggins is the incumbent against Democrat Missy Cotter Smazel. Coming into the race, Kiggins has the advantage, and so if Democrats are able to win, this would be a good sign for their ability to win the majority. But this district is key because it's a district that Trump won in 2016. Biden finished ahead in 2020. Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin finished ahead in 2021. So this is really a swing district, and hopefully we'll know results soon, and we'll be able to extrapolate more when we get final results.
One to watch. Jenna, we're going to send it back over to you.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. Well, in these last days of the election cycle, the crucial states of Georgia has been a stomping ground for both campaigns. And that is where our next guest, Justin Giboney, joins us from. Justin is a founder of the AND campaign. Justin, welcome. Great to have you with us this evening. So despite people saying they feel exhausted about politics, you've seen growth at the AND campaign propelled by Christians who say they feel politically homeless. What's your takeaway from this election season, Justin?
I think people are tired of the toxicity. They're tired of the arguing. They're tired of the dishonesty. They're tired of people coming and having debates that just aren't constructive. They understand how politics is important and how they can help people through politics and want to do it if it can be done without everything else going along with it. And so we're trying to show people a way to say, hey, regardless if you're a Democrat or a Republican, especially as a Christian, you have to be civil, you have to be constructive, and you have to be looking to help your neighbor. And that should be the focus.
Justin, among the themes we're watching this evening is how voters and alliances, voting blocs are changing. One of the shifts we've been watching and we've been seeing is young black men with whom Donald Trump has been making inroads. What are you seeing on the ground in Georgia, which is also an important swing state for both campaigns?
It looks like, from what I can tell, it looks like the number his numbers for black men are going up to some extent. I think part of that is the problem that Democrats have with men, where everything seems oriented away from men, and everything they do and natural kind of dispositions are kind of rejected. And so a lot of young men especially are feeling that they don't have the same attachments to the party as some of their elders. And that's making a difference right now. It may secure the win for him in Georgia.
Justin, you made a prediction that Kamala Harris will take away the race. You based that on the Democrats' ground game, which is very strong, expected turnout among women voters, and Trump's risky gamble of relying on young men. Where do you stand tonight? How are you feeling?
And when I said that, and I started by saying I have no idea what's about to happen. My point was that she had a lot more high propensity voters, and that if she, and that if there wasn't massive turnout, then that she would win based on those high propensity voters. It seems that in some places, including Georgia, that's not the case. That some lower propensity voters, especially in some rural places, that Trump has been able to expand in those places, which may signal a loss for her, at least in Georgia and maybe in general, but we'll have to find out. So yeah, I was very hesitant to give a forecast, but it looks like part of that forecast isn't coming true, and I don't hesitate to say that.
It is hard to be in the prediction game. Justin Giboney, though, we always appreciate you. Justin Giboney with the AND campaign.
Thanks for having me.
Well, across the United States, heightened security measures are being taken at polling sites and government buildings as officials prepare for potential unrest around the election.
As local polling stations work to protect election process, U.S. intelligence warns of foreign interference. CBN's Brody Carter is monitoring the threats of political violence. Brody.
Well, John, Jenna, we're seeing some scattered disruptions today as the FBI reports fake bomb threats in several states, most of which were apparently sent from Russian email domains. And while election security remains intact, the volume of threats in some places is concerning. In Georgia's Fulton County, 32 of 177 polling sites received threats, triggering temporary closures and court-ordered extensions for voting hours. Other battleground states targeted include Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Nevada. Now, security has been tight at some polling locations, including metal detectors, armed guards, surveillance drones, and even SWAT team support. Ahead of today's election, some places they held active shooter drills and trauma training for election workers. While being prepared is important, John Hollywood with the RAND Corporation suggests this cycle's heightened rhetoric may not necessarily translate into action.
Make sure having my friends over.
Much fear about this. You know, there's too much concern. There's too much worry. Because it's causing too much collective anxiety. Country, 340 million people. The chance of people actually being in a shooting tomorrow over the next few weeks is probably going to be very, very, very low.
Pennsylvania's Cambria County, a software glitch halted ballot scanning, leading to a court order for extended voting hours. In Iowa's Story County, a voting machine malfunction may delay reporting of those results.
Brody, in addition to these Russian email threats, are we seeing other attempts from foreign actors to sway voters or disrupt the process today?
Although U.S. officials assure that the election process remains highly secure, intelligence agencies report Russia and Iran, even China, are using artificial intelligence to meddle in U.S. elections. Now, these foreign powers, they're using artificial intelligence to create fake websites that mimic local news outlets, aiming at Hispanic, Black, and Muslim communities in key swing states. Russian disinformation videos circulating online falsely claiming Haitian migrants are voting in Georgia. Others showing alleged destruction of mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania. Now, the FBI has disproven these videos, along with other rumors of ballot fraud and a false news clip discouraging voting behavior.
We understand election experts aren't just concerned about security issues tonight. What else are they talking about?
Well, John, across the board, officials are not only focused on election night, but election week and the period of tension that could follow, especially if results are delayed or contested. Now, in Washington, D.C., for example, fencing and barricades around the White House and Lafayette Park indicate that the government views tonight and the days to come as a possible powder keg moment. Now, there's concern that prolonged delays could lead to legal battles and even public gridlock, with officials closely monitoring for any signs of escalation. Also, recent incidents like ballot box fires in Portland, Vancouver, and Arizona highlight concerns over ballot security, prompting calls for calm and civility. Now, I'll certainly be continuing to monitor the feeds for any breaking news, but for now, I'll send it back to you, John and Jenna.
All right. Thank you, Brody, very much.
Thank you.
Before we get to some of the next questions that we had having to do with election security, David, Nathan, let's talk about some of these races that have been called. Georgia, right now in Georgia, former President Donald Trump is leading Vice President Harris 52% to 47%, and that's just with 65% of the votes in. I do want to mention that AP has called the governor's race for Democrat Josh Stein. Josh Stein defeating the lieutenant governor there, Mark Robinson, who had a bit of a troubled campaign. I also want to mention that Ohio has been called for Trump, winning 53.5% to Harris 45.7%, with just a little over 50% of the votes counted. David, Nathan, what does I want to hone in on North Carolina.
Yeah.
If a Democrat is able to win at the top of the ticket, do you envision that the final count will see that this will be a split ticket vote?
Hard to say.
I think it's possible because, I mean, North Carolina, even though it's a toss-up now, North Carolina still has a Republican tinge to it. I mean, Trump won North Carolina in the past. Trump was on pace to win North Carolina against Biden, but when Harris came to the top of the ticket, this was one of the more fundamental changes in the race, that North Carolina became a battleground. I think what the governor's race showed is that not just any Republican can win North Carolina, and Mark Robinson had just too much baggage to overcome, and Josh Stein, the state attorney general, ran a good campaign and showed he's a good candidate as a Democrat, but he needed some help, and Mark Robinson with too many flaws.
Yeah, and speaking of North Carolina, let's go to the map, shall we? It's North Carolina, and if you look there, North Carolina right now 40% of the vote in. Donald Trump winning by about 5 percentage points or so. Once again, 40% of the vote in. But let's click on North Carolina and let's go to Raleigh. We've been talking about Raleigh a lot. That's that Wake County area. Look at the numbers here. Kamala Harris winning by, let's do, what is that, 29 points. That's 29 points. Biden won Wake County by 26 points, so she's doing better than Biden in Wake County. She needs to do better in Wake County to win the state. So that's good news for Kamala Harris. If we go down here, here's Charlotte, and of course you've got Mecklenburg County, and only 6% of the vote is in. It's a big Kamala Harris area, but let's just wait for a moment on that. But look at this, 89% of the vote in Union County. That's a Donald Trump stronghold typically, and if we do the math there, he's winning right now by about 26% over Kamala Harris. Why is that important? Donald Trump in 2020 won Union County by 24%. So he's also doing better in Union County, potentially blocking or blunting some of the effect that she's having in Raleigh. We'll see. There are more votes in Raleigh, obviously, in that Wake County.
Yep, and we're also watching a key congressional race in North Carolina. I'm going to try to play with these toys here.
Let's take you there. Now, go ahead.
North Carolina, 1st District, former Democrat Don Davis running against Republican Lori Buckhout. This is a district that Republicans redrew in order to try to defeat Congressman Davis. He had a slight edge coming into this election, and Democrats have to win this district and hold this district in order to have any chance at the majority, and he's up, although the race has not been called by the AP.
All right, we're keeping a close eye on North Carolina. David Nathan, thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Well, when it comes to voters of faith, the most recent Pew Research polling shows former President Donald Trump appears to have a majority of Christian support.
Though, according to the data, race does play a factor. Pew found leading up to today, 61% of Protestants back the former president. Among white evangelicals, that number jumped to 82%. Although there's a fallout among white Christians who don't identify as evangelical, 58% of whom say they support Trump, while 41% back Harris. Among black Protestants, Harris dominates with 86% support.
Well, now we bring in the hosts of the Truth Over Tribe podcast about Christian culture, Patrick Miller and Keith Simon. Thank you both for joining us for our coverage tonight. So let's just start off by saying this. There's nothing wrong with being passionate and nothing wrong with participating in the electoral process. In fact, we believe we should. So how do you recommend Christians approach politics while getting along with others with whom they may disagree?
Yeah, I agree with you. There isn't anything wrong. In fact, there's a lot right about Christians being involved in politics. But I think Christians need to keep in mind that the election today will determine whether Trump or Harris are president. But the way Christians respond to this election are going to determine the kind of spiritual influence that we have in our society. That the Church of Jesus Christ is our concern, not so much who wins. The church can thrive under either of these two as president, just like it thrives around the world under all kinds of governments.
You know, Christians are, of course, not a monolith and do disagree on things. So is there a model or a framework you can point to help us think about when we don't see eye to eye on politics?
I think it's helpful to take a global perspective on the issue. And like Keith said, remember that the defining feature of how we deal with this election is how we treat one another and how we treat our neighbor. I was speaking to a friend, Derwin Gray, who attended the Lausanne Conference, which is the largest global gathering of evangelicals in the world. And I asked him what was the most encouraging thing that he heard. And he said that in 1997, there were 500 Christians in Iran. Today, there are 1 million. And do you know why? Well, it's because we got the right person in the Supreme Court, right? Or maybe it's because we got the right person elected to president. Well, no, that's not why. There is a regime there that stands up against Christianity, but Christians have chosen to love one another across whatever cultural and political boundaries they may have. And that's what the church will stand on.
You gentlemen have a new book coming out in January. It's called Joyful Outsiders, How to Live Like Jesus in a Disorienting Culture. Can you talk about the message you have about how Christians can engage in culture?
Well, I think that instead of thinking of ourselves as people who need to fight to return America to some previous time, we need to see ourselves as outsiders, and that we can have a lot of joy that way, because it turns out that Jesus went outside the camp to be crucified, and he called us to be outsiders. And when we recognize that we don't have to fit into our current cultural system, we can then engage our community, our culture, not out of anger or by complying to it, but instead in love.
Well, as pastors, what's your message to Christians as we navigate the coming days after the election?
I would say this. Remember, it was the joy of Jesus that set him apart from the rest of the world. He chose to go onto the cross. And when he went to the cross, he knew it would be shameful. He knew it would be painful. But Hebrews says that he did it for the joy that was set before him. In the exact same way, if we show that we're non-anxious while everybody else is terrified, we'll show the world that we worship a greater king. We can't forget this simple fact. Jesus sits on the throne of heaven. If he got elected to office, it would be a demotion for him. The Oval Office is far below him. And because we know that simple fact, we can be non-anxious, we can be loving to our neighbors, and we can show and exude the joy of Jesus wherever we go.
Yeah, that's a great word and great perspective. Thank you both so much. Keith and Patrick with Truth Over Tribe, thank you for joining us.
Take care.
Well, before we move on, I just want to go ahead and give a quick few updates. The Associated Press has called the state of Texas for Donald Trump 54% to 45%. The electoral count as of now stands at 177 for Donald Trump and 99 for Kamala Harris.
You know, we'll see what that means for the Texas Senate race with Ted Cruz. That's a very close race, closer than Republicans were hoping it would be.
They weren't expecting it to be that close, and a lot of money poured in late from the Democratic Party. Well, during Donald Trump's first White House term, he had a clear goal: reform the Supreme Court. When he left office, he left behind a solid conservative-leaning court that overturned Roe v. Wade.
The High Court has been a hot topic, of course, on the campaign trail, with many wondering just how Kamala Harris could transform the institution if elected.
There is no question that the American people increasingly are losing confidence in the Supreme Court, and in large part because of the behavior of certain members of that court and because of certain rulings, including the Dobbs decision and taking away a precedent that had been in place for 50 years, protecting a woman's right to make decisions about her own body.
She wants to pack the Supreme Court. You know that instead of 9 justices like we have now, Kamala wants to bring it up very substantially. Now, this is a number I heard 2 days ago, potentially to 25 justices, so she can rig the system, meaning not she, the whole party can rig the system.
Brad Jacob, Associate Dean and Professor at Regent University School of Law, joins us now. Brad, we know you follow the Supreme Court very closely. Talk to us about potential changes that could come to the Supreme Court depending on who wins this presidential race.
Well, if Mr. Trump wins the race, I don't see anything structural being done to the court. The question will be, does he get to replace some justices? In particular, one would look at Clarence Thomas, who is 76 years old. Sam Alito is 74. Neither of them is terribly old as Supreme Court justices go, and they're not like Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who was in her 80s and had a history of cancer. There are no signs that either Thomas or Alito is losing any mental capacity. They both seem very sharp on top of it, working hard. But it's certainly possible that if there's a Republican in the White House, either or both of them might say this is a good time to step down and have a replacement come in who would be in sync with my ideology and not change the balance of the court. Most of the other justices are younger. The only other one who's 70 is the more liberal Justice Sonia Sotomayor. So she's certainly not going to want to step down during a Trump presidency if she can possibly help it. If it goes the other way and the vice president wins this election, then again, she's going to be hoping to get some appointments to the court. But it's not obvious that anyone is going to leave in the next 4 years, since the 2 oldest justices have a fairly strong incentive not to walk away at this point.
Brad,
yep.
I'm sorry, go ahead, finish.
I was just going to say, the Democrats have discussed other possible issues relating to the Supreme Court. There have been discussions of term limits, ethics rules, and even possibly the court packing that Mr. Trump, you just heard him referring to. So those things could have an impact as well.
Brett, can you talk about the changes you anticipate we'll see in the makeup of the court if the next president will have the opportunity to fill those two seats that you just mentioned, Alito and Thomas? How might that shift the court's ideological bent?
Well, it will certainly change the court's ideological bent significantly if it's President Kamala Harris. She's going to be looking for justices who are not in the original meaning textualist mode. She's going to be looking for justices who will be more of a fighting for social justice, more trying to do what they can do to help minorities, help people who need help, and a little less concerned of what did the Constitution mean in 1787. So we would probably see more people like Sonia Sotomayor and Ketanji Brown Jackson on the court if Vice President Harris gets a chance to make those appointments. It's not as clear what Donald Trump would do. In his first term, he appointed sort of mainstream, traditional Reagan conservative justices. Most folks believe that the Federalist Society insiders had a lot of influence on who he appointed, not only to the Supreme Court, but to lower federal courts as well. But at the end of his term, Mr. Trump was very unhappy with many of the justices and judges that he had appointed, that they weren't taking up his case about overturning the election, that the election had been stolen. None of those cases went anywhere in the Supreme Court or any other court. And there have been some noises from in his camp that he'll be looking for judges rather than in that kind of traditional conservative jurist mode, folks who are more defined by their loyalty to him and to his populist agenda. So it'll be very interesting to see who he does appoint.
Yeah, indeed. All right, Brad Jacob of Regent University. Brad, thank you so much. And we do have some updates for you. It looks like Iowa is trickling in. Harris is up 58% over Trump, 40%. We should say only 9% in right now, but that's interesting because of a poll that came out this week that had Harris up as well. David, we also understand some Wisconsin exit polling is coming in from NBC News. It has Trump doing very well with black voters.
Okay, well, that's good to know. Thank you, Jenna.
It's showing that he's doubling his support among black voters, which, you had mentioned earlier that in order for Kamala Harris to do well, she has to either maintain that share that Biden had in 2020 or do better. And it appears, according to some of these early exit polls, that that's just not the case. Your take on that?
Well, a couple of things. I'm trying to multitask, which at my age is not all that great. But I'm looking here, and some of the pollsters that I'm talking to are saying that the Rust Belt information, the data is obviously not only not complete, but unknown at this point to really say much. But the pollsters say Trump is looking very good in the Sun Belt for sure.
Well, real quickly, based on that last interview, a lot of evangelicals were motivated to the polls in 2016 by the idea of Donald Trump being able to nominate conservative justices to the court. How much does that factor in this time around?
Well, it's huge. And as a matter of fact, in Georgia, Nathan, we specifically saw, as I looked inside the Georgia number, remember we talked about the evangelical national number tonight, that Donald Trump did really, really well, about 12 points better than he did in 2020. But within Georgia, the number was even higher, about 92%. So in terms of the evangelical support, but let's do a few Rust Belt tours.
Yeah, I mean, I think tonight what it's showing is actually the polling is pretty good. I mean, the polling was showing that this was going to be a very close race, and right now it's pointing to a close race. But if Harris doesn't make up ground in the Sun Belt, she has to win what's been called the blue wall. If we go to Pennsylvania, first of all, Pennsylvania in the Senate race, Pennsylvania, the presidential. Only 24% of the estimated votes have been counted, but Harris there. But there's a long way to go. But this This state is key because of the Senate race with Bob Casey Jr. and Dave McCormick. This was very close coming in. Maybe Casey had a little bit of an advantage, but Casey has to win for Democrats to have the advantage. But then when we keep going, if we go to Michigan, to the presidential race, still only 4% of the estimated vote is counted. This looks like it's going to be a must-win for Harris. Also a key Senate race in that state. It's a Democratic seat. The Democrats have to hold Congresswoman Alyssa Slotkin against former Congressman Mike Rogers. And if we keep going to Wisconsin, the third part of that blue wall, very limited data in there, 7% of the estimated vote counted, and also that key Senate race where Senator Tammy Baldwin running for re-election against Republican Eric Hovde. All of these look like they're going to be must-wins for Democrats, but Republicans, they don't need to win all of these places in order to have a very good night.
Well, and let's talk about Ohio for a quick second. Let's go to the Ohio race that was called for President Trump. No surprise here. He wins 55-45. My sources are telling me that actually would be a bigger vote total he'll eventually have in Ohio than in 2016 or 2020. So this is even better.
And the key is the margin. We expected Trump to win Ohio, but if he wins by 10 points in the end, if we go to the Senate race, I think that will be enough to elect Republican Bernie Moreno. If this holds up as more of the vote is counted, then Republicans will be in the majority in the Senate.
Yeah, so, you know, real quick, as we send it back to you guys, as we looked at this electoral map, at least whatever time it is exactly, I don't know, I'll have to look, 9 something?
What is time anymore?
What time is it?
9:30.
All right, I feel like it's telethon. I don't know what time it is. But look, at about 9:30 or so, it's looking right now pretty good in the Sun Belt for Donald Trump. And what I've noticed, Nathan, as I've kind of geeked out inside the counties, if you look inside Georgia, that northwest part of Georgia, right up in there, Floyd County, where Marjorie Taylor Greene's district is, and many other counties up there, it's very red. If you look inside each county, he's winning those counties by about 1,000 more votes this time around than in 2020. 1,000 votes here, 1,000 votes there, and these small rural counties build up to maybe insulate you from potentially what happens in the Atlanta suburbs, where 60% of the vote comes in Fulton County and DeKalb and Cobb.
Yeah, and we haven't talked yet about Arizona and Nevada, key presidential states also with U.S. Senate races. Democrats are likely to win the race in Arizona, but Nevada has not only a presidential race, but a key Senate race, Democrat Jackie Rosen against Republican Sam Brown. The margin could matter there. You know, it's way too, polls haven't even closed in Nevada yet, but those are big states up and down the ballot.
All right, we'll be here, John. Jenna.
All right, thank you guys. Well, former President Trump is in Florida tonight watching election results trickle in.
Tara Mergener is on the ground with the Trump campaign and joins us now for more. Tara, the last time we saw you, last hour, you mentioned that the mood there was subdued with Trump now at 178 to 99 for Harris. Has the mood at all changed?
No, they're still pretty darn serious. I think they really get it at just how tight a race this is, and it can still go either way. I will say that more folks are trickling in. They're starting to push toward the stage now where Trump will speak, presumably later on tonight. We have no idea when. We've got a lot of red hats through here, and again, the mood remains pretty subdued. But I think that can all change on a dime, especially as the results continue to roll in and if they really start looking more promising. So let's talk about one of the key issues that really shaped Donald Trump's campaign, and that is illegal immigration. It has been one of the sharpest dividing lines between Trump and Harris. The U.S., as we know, has seen unprecedented migrant encounters just over the past year, totaling at least 2.5 million, not counting an untold number of gotaways. Cities nationwide are grappling with both resource strains and public safety concerns. Cities like New York, Chicago, El Paso, there's been a documented increase in incidents involving migrants, ranging from theft and assault to more violent offenses. In Chicago, data shows a 16% rise in aggravated assault cases year to year in certain areas with migrant housing populations. New York City is facing challenges with its Democrat mayor warning about increased crime near overcrowded shelters. Now, these developments have added to frustrations around what critics say are lax federal border policies, and Trump has repeatedly pointed to Harris as enabling a wide open border. Trump is pledging to resume strict enforcement at the border and reinstate state measures like the Remain in Mexico policy requiring asylum seekers to wait in Mexico. Trump has argued that these policies are essential for public safety, noting that under his administration, border crossings and crimes were lower. Now, for many Trump supporters tonight, this election feels like a fight for their community's safety and security, and Trump has received strong endorsements from law enforcement and the Border Patrol. Now, back here live in West Palm Beach, Florida, there's obviously a long way to go tonight. Trump said himself he has no idea whether or not he wins, but if he does, border security, closing that border, will surely be one of the first orders of business. John and Jenna.
You know, Trump has talked a lot about mass deportations if he's elected, and surprisingly, we've seen a lot of public support. Over 50% of Americans support that. Do you see that happening? How could that happen?
Well, when I talk to the experts, say it's one of those things that is easier said than done and depends on a lot of things, like the political will of Donald Trump. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But what about support from lawmakers? Who controls the House? Who controls the Senate? You know that legal challenges are going to ensue. There's plenty of legal challenges out there already over illegal immigration. So it's very hard to say maybe some form of it, but mass deportations may be a long shot, but Donald Trump is determined to do something about illegal immigration. It's been a platform from the beginning, and it really has resonated with voters. It's been a top issue for many of them here tonight, John and Jenna.
All right, thank you so much, Tara Merchner in West Palm Beach County, Florida. Well, joining us back at the desk, the Information Zone, are David Brody and Nathan Gonzales. David, real quickly again, we just want to update where things stand electorally. The last count I saw, and let me just bring it up, I think it was 178 for Donald Trump and 99 for Kamala Harris, and just reminding everyone that 270 is the number to hit in order to win the race for the White House.
It does feel like slow and steady. I know we're watching the map here. There's quite a bit of red. Right now, Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia even appear to be more red than blue. What's your sense, you guys, as we kind of take a broader look at this? How are things shaping up?
Well, I think we knew this was we thought this was going to be a close race coming in, and it shows that it's a close race. Now, when we get to the end, it might feel like a landslide, particularly if Trump wins all of the 7 toss-up states by a narrow margin. We might look back and say, oh, this was a huge victory, but it could be just by a few points. But to me, this is meeting expectations of that close race.
Yeah, and let's also be careful here, because just because Donald Trump may be doing well in the Sun Belt, which appears to be the case, that doesn't necessarily translate to the Rust Belt at this point. We don't know. And we know Kamala Harris's path, as we said at the top of the show, win 3 Rust Belt states, and you're the president of the United States right at 270. So you got to understand that. And speaking of the Rust Belt, why don't we do that real quick, if we could? Look at the, I think we're good here, the national map. There we are. There's Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Let's start in Michigan right now. And the overall totals here, it's only 17% of the vote in. Kamala Harris leading by a couple of percentage points. It's early, but let's look at some key counties down here. In the Milwaukee area, by the way, Milwaukee, 25% of the vote in, so we'll just hold off on that for now. But 65% of the vote is in Waukesha County. Now, Waukesha is normally a Trump. It's very pro-Trump. In 2016, it was 26% more for Trump. In 2020, it was 20%. And here it is at about 20%. So he's doing right about what he did at 2020. And if we look inside Ozaukee County, he's at about 28% of the vote. And in Ozaukee County, Trump won by 12, but he's only up 7 there. So once again, we'll monitor that. He's down a little bit in Ozaukee County. These are important counties for Donald Trump. These are the suburbs of Milwaukee. They're called the WOW counties because you've got Waukesha and then Ozaukee, that's the O, and there's Washington County, that's the other W for WOW. And there's Milwaukee, and of course we're looking at Milwaukee County, so important, the black vote. How will Kamala Harris do? 25% of the vote in right now, and she is what is that? 65 and 32. My goodness, I got to do math on the fly. I should have. Oh my goodness, Nathan, help me. 1, 4, 50. That's 33%.
33.7.
Oh, see, Nathan, thank you so much. 33.7. And here's the thing, though, guys. She won Milwaukee County by 40. Or he See what they did when they replaced him with her? Now I've got
to reprogram our brains.
Oh my goodness!
David, I want to real quickly.
Wait, can I just finish that point? But the point is that he won Milwaukee County by 40 points, and she's winning by 33.7, according to Nathan.
And what I want to do for viewers, you keep mentioning these 2020 numbers and how they compare to now. Let's zoom out and explain why that's important. We've had discussions internally about how the Obama coalition no longer exists, and the Biden coalition that helped propel him to the White House no longer exists. So explain to our viewers why you keep comparing 2020 numbers against 2024, what you're seeing.
Well, a couple of things. First of all, just on a basic level, I mean, look, the Democrats replaced Harris with Biden, thinking that Harris would do better than Biden. And right now, she's underperforming what Biden did in 2020. Not to say that Biden would have done any better in 2024.
He was not on that path.
No, he was not on that path, and I think that might be the understatement of the evening, Nathan. But beyond all of that, the macro here, and this is very important, is that what we are seeing is a rebuilding of some sort of coalition in both parties. It's not the Obama coalition of 2008 and 2012, where you had black voters and Hispanic voters and blue-collar voters and that type of, the white working class. Those days are over for the Democrat Party. What's happening is that Donald Trump is winning more black voters, especially black voters under 50. As a matter of fact, I just saw that he's up now, according to the exit polls, 3 points among black men under 50. So he's doing better. So the black vote that the Democrats counted on is not there. The Hispanic vote, look at tonight. The exit polls showed that she's only winning Hispanics by 8 points. Well, 33 points was what Biden was winning them by in 2020. So you go down the list, and they've got to reimagine the coalition and do something different. That's why they need white working class, college-educated voters and other voters to fill the gap.
And John and Jen, just to show you how far, though, we have to go tonight, looking at the House of Representatives and that close fight, at Inside Elections, we identified 65 House races that will likely decide which party is in control. And right now, the Associated Press has called 2 of those. A winner has been declared in 2 of those 65 races. So we're watching all this stuff at the House. It's going to be even longer than probably the Senate or President.
Yeah, it does feel like we're kind of squeaking along here, just waiting. It's a waiting game, right? All right, thank you guys. And we want to mention also in the Maryland Senate race, Angela Alsobrooks has won that race. She's the Democrat who is running against former Governor and Republican Larry Hogan. So the AP calling that for Angela Alsobrooks. All right, Vice President Kamala Harris, her campaign is in Washington, D.C. tonight, holding a watch party at Howard University, Harris's alma mater.
And that's where we find Michelle London there at campaign headquarters with the latest. Michelle, can you set the scene for us?
Absolutely. You know, John, Jenna, as those electorate votes begin to roll in and the updates come in on this big screen here, the crowd behind me is just getting started. Pretty exciting atmosphere on the campus of Howard University, Vice President Harris's alma mater. And as you can certainly feel the close connection shared by some of her classmates, some of the students here, the Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority sisters here tonight. The speakers for tonight's lineup are really just looking to keep that excitement in the place and the momentum flowing. Supporters here are eager and hopeful as those ballot counts start rolling in here in the nation's capital. Throughout the day, Harris has been visiting her Democratic National Committee phone banks, and she's spending these last moments thanking volunteers. Take a listen.
I just wanted to come by and thank everybody for all you are doing. This truly represents the best of who we are. Just reaching out to folks, letting them know that we're all in it together, reminding them of the power of their vote through their voice. This is just the best. And I just thank you all so very much. And I am just like, interrupt easy.
A long way to go. And since kicking off her campaign with a late start in July, Harris has hit the ground running. She's since framed her campaign as a choice between freedom and chaos, with an ongoing theme around freedom and the future. In recent stops, she's promised supporters to take the country in a new direction, touching on her policy plan around the economy, immigration, and reproductive freedoms. Harris has highlighted her experience as an attorney general and prosecutor, and to prosecute the case against former President Trump by pointing out his 34 felony convictions. Harris's alma mater, Howard University, is just one of the campuses where Harris has campaigned in recent weeks at homecoming events in a hard push to appeal to young voters and alumni. She spent the last few months zigzagging the country, campaigning hard in those big battleground states like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, really focusing on garnering in that support from Latino and Black male voters. And she's really hoping that that work will actually pay off at the polls tonight.
Michelle, it all comes down to the results after tonight. What work did Harris have to do leading up to this point to win the White House? The key for her winning tonight, of course, is winning the women vote by more than she loses the male vote. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, that's correct. Winning that women vote by more than she loses the male vote, as women represent 53% of that electorate. The other thing is to keep an eye on Pennsylvania. Of course, their polls don't close until 8 p.m. tonight in certain areas, so we may be waiting a while for those counts. But no Democrat has won the White House without Pennsylvania since 1948. And if Harris wins Pennsylvania and that trend of winning Wisconsin and Michigan holds, then her chances of winning the White House are favorable. Jenna, John.
All right. Thank you, Michelle London, reporting from Harris campaign headquarters.
Well, abortion has been a leading issue for both presidential candidates, but it's not just a factor in the race for the White House.
10 states are voting on the ballot measures centered on abortion. CBN's Lori Johnson has been monitoring the results and joins us now with the latest. Lori, I know there are reports coming in from the state of Florida.
That's right. The only state right now that has been called is Florida, and it is a huge win for the pro-life community. Florida, the most populous state that had an abortion ballot initiative on the vote that the people of Florida voted on, and it was defeated. So in Florida, there is a 6-week abortion ban. Folks in Florida voted on whether to expand access, and it went down in defeat. This was something that was very important to Governor Ron DeSantis. He campaigned very hard to defeat it. Former President Trump lives in Florida and said he was voting against it. Also, NFL great Tony Dungy also came out against it. So this is the only state that we have seen so far with a ballot initiative about abortion tonight that has gone in the favor of pro-life, and that also includes 7 states in previous elections. As far as the other 9 states, the votes are still out.
All right. Lori, thank you so much. We should also mention that there are 2 battleground states with abortion measures. That's right. Nevada and Arizona. So we're watching those closely as well. Tony Perkins, president of the Family Research Council, joins us now live. Tony, welcome. What's your take on the evangelical turnout tonight?
Well, we haven't seen any of the exit polling. I've not looked at the exit polling, but I do know this going into the election. We had over 80 million votes cast. A lot of those Republican evangelical voters. I think my take on this, and we're going to see as we kind of sift through everything, I think it was the overreach of the left. I think that the absence of President Trump talking about the life issue, which we were fearful would kind of depress the evangelical turnout, was made up by Kamala Harris's constant talk about reproductive freedom, the freedom to kill your unborn child. I think that was a big motivator for evangelical voters to see that contrast between the 2 choices that they had.
You know, you mentioned that, but there was polling in the months leading up to today that suggested for single-issue voters that abortion just rated extremely high. So what do you make of the role that the abortion issue is playing in the election so far? Is it about where you were expecting? It's always an issue for pro-life voters. It is an issue, but it's not the only issue. And I think when you look at what consistently we've seen the inflation, the economy tracking at the top. We've seen the issue of the border and personal security right up there. And what we have seen is a strong motivating issue is the transgendering of our children. Obviously, even the Republicans across the board have seen that as about an 85% issue and have campaigned on it. But to your point, John, the abortion issue, the life issue, the sanctity of life will always be an issue for a large portion of the evangelical
voters that it's kind of it's running in the background constantly. Not the only issue, but it is a huge issue. And even in this race, with the party not taking the clear-cut position it's had in the past, the Republican Party, because the Democratic Party was so sold on abortion until birth and beyond, that was a motivating factor for a lot of pro-life voters.
Tony, I want to ask you about Donald Trump. Do you trust him as much this time around as you have in the past? Do you think evangelicals should expect the same Donald Trump if he's elected, or do you think his priorities will change?
Well, I think as we go into this election, we saw two very stark visions for America. And I think evangelicals clearly identify more closely with the vision that Donald Trump has cast. But I think the church, and I've talked about this repeatedly, it's no secret, I believe the church has to assume its prophetic role of speaking into government, giving guidance and direction, and seeking accountability over access. And I think we've got to be very careful. The church is not of the government, but it should be involved in the government. And so I think the outcome, if Donald Trump is elected president, is going to be much better for evangelicals and the ability to live out their faith and influence this country and the world than if Kamala Harris is president with her anti-faith policies.
Tony, we just have a few seconds left. I want to ask you, who do you think should be the next leader of the Republican Party? We're still early in the race. Donald Trump is leading an electoral count, but who do you see as the next leader of the Republican Party if Donald Trump fails to secure and lock in the electoral count?
John, I have no idea. That's going to be a very big discussion that takes place, but I have no idea.
All right. Tony Perkins, president of the Family Research Council. Tony, thank you so much.
I want to mention here real quickly, Tony did bring up the issue of transgender. The state of Delaware has called a race. There's only one congressional seat. It is one of the smaller states, and that was called for Sarah McBride, who will be the first transgender member of Congress. Well, the future of the Republican Senate on the other side of the House, on the other side of the Capitol, leadership will be at the forefront of Capitol Hill, regardless of which party wins the balance of power.
For more on that, let's bring in Kelly Wright from Capitol Hill. Kelly, Mitch McConnell has led Senate Republicans for 17 years. What will it look like without him?
Yeah, after almost 2 decades of his reign as the leader in the Senate, with him stepping down as of January next year, it really leaves a vacuum in the Senate. So trying to replace him are two men that come to mind, John Cornyn of Texas, and then there's John Thune of South Dakota. Both of those men are vying to replace Senator Mitch McConnell, and they may go on to win leadership as the Senate Majority Leader should Republicans win the Senate back from the narrow edge in the majority that Democrats currently have. All of that seems to be changing tonight because everything is up for grabs. As we know, there are 34 seats up for grabs within the Senate. Here's the bottom line, though. When you look at Mitch McConnell's legacy, many people are saying, what will his legacy be? Certainly, we can look to the fact that he was able to get Judge Amy Coney Barrett into the U.S. Supreme Court by pushing that forward. People will remember him fondly or not fondly, depending on what side of the aisle they're on or what their issue is. The other thing that they will say is that Mitch McConnell also blocked President Barack Obama when he was trying to get Merrick Garland nominated to push him through the post to become a Supreme Court justice. So Mitch McConnell leaves a legacy. He moved a lot of legislation here on Capitol Hill. What happens in the future after he steps down, it will be something to see when the inauguration of the next President of the United States takes place and you see Senator Mitch McConnell in the background and not in the foreground.
Something to behold, like you said. He's kind of an institution here in Washington. Kelly, you spoke earlier and mentioned Alan West, a former Florida congressman, and Senator Tim Scott about the presidential race. What issues do they believe are important to voters this cycle?
Well, here's a couple of things. I spoke to Senator Tim Scott recently about this upcoming election. And as you know, Senator Tim Scott supports the former President of the United States, Donald Trump. He said people who are voting this particular season Well, remember a couple of things, and Alan West agrees with that, the former congressman from Florida. They both agree that inflation, the economy, and then also immigration. Alan West talking about immigration there in Texas, the illegal immigration, as they've cited, has been very problematic for Texans living along the southern border. I've actually visited that state along that southern border, and I can tell you that people that I spoke to there did have some angst, a lot of angst and a lot of frustration and anxiety because of what they were seeing happen along the southern border, and they kept trying to get the Biden administration to do more. And it's almost as if they were tone deaf in the beginning of their administration until recently when they started doing more for the people in Texas. So Alan West has cited that as being an issue that has caused many people to go out to the polls and vote. But again, the number one issue that they cite is inflation, the economy, and Tim Scott stating to me, Kelly, it's a question now. He talked most notably about what's happening in urban America and rural America. Many people were asking themselves the question, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago during a Trump administration? And of course, the voters are going out to decide that tonight.
All right, Kelly Wright on Capitol Hill. Kelly, thank you. So, Nathan, in terms of balance of power, how is the Senate shaping up right now?
Republicans had the advantage coming into tonight, and they continue to have the advantage to take control. West Virginia was key. Ohio looks like Senator Sherrod Brown is still struggling there as long as Trump continues that margin. We haven't even talked about Montana, where Democratic Senator John Tester came into tonight behind Republican Tim Sheehy. We won't know those results until later, but we expect Republicans to win that race. And so I think it's looking good. It's looking good for Republicans, absent a collapse somewhere that we're not aware of.
There's something interesting here regarding Virginia. You know, once again, Virginia, what time is it now? Almost 10 o'clock. It still has not been called. Which is, let's be honest, I mean, that's relatively surprising. And if you look inside, let's just go to the numbers. If we go to inside Virginia here, and let's just do that. There we go. There's Virginia. And right over here, you see this is big old Fairfax County. Well, that's in the Washington, D.C. area. That's where the Democrats make hay. Kamala Harris winning by 35 points. But once again, if you look at Virginia and Fairfax County in 2020, she was up, or excuse me, he did it again. He was up 42 points. So once again, she's down 7 points in Fairfax County, which is a huge county in the Washington, D.C. area. Look, the only way Democrats win Virginia is they run it up in the D.C. suburbs. And they're not doing that tonight. They're not doing it as well as they normally do. And that's a problem here in Virginia, Nathan.
And what we could also see is in New Hampshire. New Hampshire has not been called by the AP, but that could end up being closer than what Trump got in 2020. But what we could be seeing a pattern of Trump overperforming. Then we start talking about the popular vote, and we have to wait till we get California and most of the West. But can Trump narrow that popular vote margin, even though we still elect a president state by state through the Electoral College?
And guys, if I could just put up this map here of the whole national map here. Once again, just going back to where we're at right here. It's 188 to 99. But let's just, think for a moment. And you were talking about surprises early on, Nathan. Like, what are the surprises potentially tonight? If Virginia becomes a surprise, that changes everything. Now we change our electoral math calculators, because at that point, Donald Trump does not need to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin. I've done the math. Excuse me. If you look, all he'd have to do is win North Carolina once again. So he'd have to win North Carolina, Georgia, and either Arizona or Nevada and Virginia. That's it. So he doesn't need to.
And Virginia does have a U.S. Senate race.
Here, let's do that. Go ahead.
A U.S. Senate race, Democrat incumbent Tim Kaine against Hung Cao. Race has not been called yet, but Tim Kaine up there. But I did want to shift also to New Hampshire, because there was a race that was called in New Hampshire. The top governor's race, actually on the screen that I thought I saw, I thought it was called for former Republican Senator Kelly Ayotte. It's not showing up on this screen, but ahead of Democrat Joyce Craig. This was the toss-up, the big gubernatorial election of this cycle. So it looks like Ayotte is in good shape.
Yeah. David, I want to ask you about the independent vote.
Yes.
It looks like Harris might be underperforming with independents.
She is. And once again, the bad news continues on all of these demographics. Here it is on independents. She is winning independents, but only by 5 points. Let's put that up if we can. I don't know if we have that. I hopefully have it somewhere in my notes. Let me just switch over to this wonderful page here where it has independents. Yeah, Biden won independents by 13 points, Jenna, in 2020. Harris is winning them by, just let me double check that. She is winning them by 8 points. So therefore, that's a +5. She's down +5. So the point is that she's once again underperforming among independents. Once again, Joe Biden won them by 13. Harris is winning them by 8. It's down from 2020. Everything with Harris has been down. And once again, independents as well. So that's been the story.
Gentlemen, we'll check in with you at the info zone in just a little bit. But for now, while many Americans have been enthralled or bombarded during this election cycle, so has much of the world.
Yeah, with the war in the Middle East and Ukraine, foreign policy has also factored into the conversation on the campaign trail.
Michael O'Hanlon is a senior fellow and director of research in foreign policy at the Brookings Institution. We're fortunate enough to have him as a frequent guest on Faith Nation. And Michael, thank you for making time for us tonight. First, in looking at the exit polls, if you've been able to extrapolate anything, any foreign policy issues or themes you see as breaking through tonight with voters in this election?
Well, I have not seen exit polls, and so I'm not going to try to get ahead of outcomes. But I would say that there are a couple of issues where my interest is particularly piqued. And let me start with Russia and Ukraine. And on this issue, speaking in a nonpartisan way, I hear good instincts from President Trump and good instincts from Vice President Harris. And I hope whoever wins can figure out a way to blend them together and come up with a new strategy. Because President Trump says ending the war is our main priority. And Vice President Harris says defending Ukraine is our main priority. And I think they're both right. So the question is, how do you construct a strategy to go ahead and do that? It's not the same as the Biden strategy. President Biden did a pretty good job in helping Ukraine protect itself and ensure its sovereignty. But now we need a new strategy for a new era, because 3 years into this thing, just prolonging stalemate is not going to be good enough. So that's an issue where I would say, let's come together as a country. Let's recognize there are good insights on both sides. And whoever wins tonight needs a new strategy for Ukraine, not because the previous strategy was wrong, but because we have to go forward.
Yeah. On the issue of Gaza and the war there, we've seen a lot of passionate protesters around the country, especially on college campuses. What's the impact of that issue, Michael? Of course, we're paying very close attention to the Dearborn, Michigan vote tonight.
Well, you know, it's interesting. Prime Minister Netanyahu in Israel fired his defense minister today. And by the way, Netanyahu is very good on American politics, so I'm sure that he chose today was no coincidence. He is aware that he's got a big problem on his hands, how to figure out how to end this war. And the United States doesn't really know how to do it either. And again, whether it's Trump, whether it's Harris, whether it's Biden, none of us have the right prescription for how to go forward. We all want to support Israel and protect it, but we also want to protect innocent Palestinian life. I think that it's, to me, very revealing that today was the day Netanyahu fired his defense minister, because he realized we are not going to be paying as much attention on this issue today. I think the United States has to use its own leverage under any president to try to steer Israel in a direction where Israelis themselves are not quite sure of where to go next.
You know, voters were persuaded from both sides that either candidate would be more likely to lead the United States into World War III, a World War III situation. With recent developments with North Korea and Russia and Ukraine, do you think that that's a real threat this next president will face in the minute that we have left?
Well, I think any American president has to think about our role. We have a role that's not like any other country. And so, yes, I think you have to worry about worst case scenarios. And I think that if Donald Trump wins the presidency, he's going to have to worry about not upsetting the U.S.-China relationship so much that the economic costs spill over into the security realm. Either Trump has to figure out what's the next strategy on Ukraine, because the previous strategy was good for defending that country, keeping its sovereignty, but no one yet has a clear idea of how to end the war, and that's going to be crucial.
All right, Michael O'Hanlon with the Brookings Institution. It's great to have you with us this evening on a consequential and very important night. Michael, thank you.
Thanks, Michael.
Thank you kindly.
Well, the economy, immigration, and abortion, all leading issues in the 2024 race for the White House. When we come back, a look at how each issue is affecting results this evening. You are watching special CBN News coverage of the 2024 election. Stay tuned.
There's a movement growing.
I felt led to pray for America.
I started to pray for America.
I am praying for America. People from all over the world are praying for America. Right now, we're praying for all 50 states, and we want you to be a part of it. Only through humbling ourselves in prayer can we change the course of our nation. So join us. Go to prayforamerica.com. Take the pledge to pray with us. When you do, you'll receive your free Let's Pray for America gift. It includes a prayer card, an exclusive Pray flag, and static clink sticker to let others know you've joined the movement. Plus, special prayer guides to help as we pray together. Be a part of this movement and let's pray for America.
I am praying for America.
I'm praying for America.
I'm praying for America.
Join us now at prayforamerica.com. Call now or text PRAY to 71777.
Because of Superbook, my parents and brother know Jesus, just like I do.
You can spread the word of God and share the love of Jesus with CBN Animation. Through the Superbook animated series, the Superbook Kids Bible app, and Superbook Academy, we are seeing millions of children transformed with the gospel message, and it's making a difference.
I'm so happy that my family knows Jesus. Thank you, Superbook, for our new life. I am not lonely anymore. I know God loves me. I pray, Lord Jesus, I invite you to come into my heart as Lord and Savior.
To the people who created Superbook, thank you. Superbook changed my life.
You can spread God's love to children around the world and right here at home. Call 1-888-700-7000 or go to cbn.com/animation. Share God's love with children around the world today.
Coverage of the 2024 election. It is just after 10 p.m. on the East Coast, and polls are now officially closed in the crucial swing state of Nevada.
David Brody and Nathan Gonzales join us once again. David, let's talk about what's happening in the state of Pennsylvania. We always said, looking at the polls, that this race is going to be close. And I think the last that I checked, it was a 0.1% differential with Harris leading. And that's, of course, not with all that's still just a small percentage of the state's vote coming in.
Yeah, I'm mobile here looking at it. It's 0.3 right now.
0.3.
You know, but I mean, come on, it's 44%, and you know, it's going to be a long night. So we know that about Pennsylvania. I'll just go ahead and quickly go inside Pennsylvania and look at Bucks County if I could. I mean, I'm just looking on my phone real quick here. I'm doing this as we speak.
Take your time.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, John. Bucks County. Well, you know, it's interesting. Only 24% of the vote is in Bucks County. Why am I going to Bucks County? It's because the suburbs.
That's one of the Philadelphia counties, right?
Philly suburbs. You know, Biden won it by 4 points. Harris is up actually in Bucks County right now by about 14 points, which is huge for her. Now, having said that, 24% of the vote, we wait and see. So that's an interesting development. I still think the story of the night right now is Virginia. You know, Fairfax County and Loudoun County, at this point, they're down on those numbers, and that's a problem in Virginia. And, of course, that changes the electoral map.
Right.
There's no doubt about it. Also, I'm getting a word from a source in Wisconsin, and I did confirm this with the exit polls from CNN, that if you look at the black vote in Wisconsin tonight, it's at 20%. Now, remember, nationally, Donald Trump's not doing that number, but in Wisconsin, he is. Well, that's a big deal because, as we know, down in that Milwaukee area that Kamala Harris has to do well in, And when I go back to the info zone, I'll have more info.
You know, if you're just looking at this map here, we're using AP to call the races. Wisconsin, it had Wisconsin more blue. Now it's trending more pink. So,
and one of the things to remember about Pennsylvania is that they can't start processing their early or mail-in votes until today. And so those are hundreds of thousands of ballots that they're, you have to take it out of one envelope, take it out of a second envelope, put it through the machine, do the whole thing. And so it could be a while. But in Pennsylvania, with Trump up narrowly in the U.S. Senate race, which is also key, Senator Bob Casey, the Democrat, was up by just a couple of points on Dave McCormick, and that is a key Senate. And that ticket splitting is something we've been following because there has not been much ticket splitting lately. The vast majority of states vote for the same party for president as they do for Senate, but Trump probably needs to win Pennsylvania by more to help Dave McCormick win.
You know what's been interesting? You mentioned the Pennsylvania Senate race. You've seen similar themes with the Wisconsin race, with Tammy Baldwin, with Alyssa Slotkin, who's running in Michigan. They've all talked about how they worked with President Trump, which tells you there's a narrative there.
100%. And that's where the blue-collar narrative comes in, because he's kind of seen as a blue-collar billionaire, if you will, which has always been kind of fascinating and kind of puts people into like, wait, what? What zone? I did look at Milwaukee County, by the way, in Wisconsin, which is where Kamala Harris needs to do well with the black vote. She's up about 37 points in Milwaukee, but in 2020, back to Biden, he did plus 40 there. So she's down a few points. Once again, this feels like a nickel and dime situation here tonight. Down a little bit. Trump's up in many rural counties. You put it all together, it doesn't bode well for Kamala Harris. I do want to say one quick other thing. The exit poll said this. This was fascinating to me in terms of late deciders tonight. And by the way, 7%, let me have it here. Specifically, it said that, excuse me, I have it here somewhere. In the last few days, 2 points. Donald Trump was up by 2 points in folks that decided in the last few days.
Late-breaking votes.
Yes, and in the last week, Donald Trump was up 12 points over Kamala Harris. So the late deciders, Nathan, I mean, they're going for Donald Trump.
And in 2020, Biden won late deciders by a couple of points over Trump, and it was dead even between Clinton and Trump in 2016. And so all of these, we're talking about very small differences, but when we're talking about a close race, small differences matter.
So can we extrapolate?
Yes.
The issues. The economy was number one, immigration. So what do these, again, we don't have the full count, but what is this telling us about what voters are thinking about?
Well, look, I think what it really boils down to is something I'm going to give you another factoid. And it's with exit polls. And you know what the number one issue that people cared about tonight? I'm not talking about in terms of the candidate, equality in the candidate, what they wanted. The number one was the ability to lead. And in that, Donald Trump won by 33 points over Kamala Harris. That was the number one thing that voters wanted. That's a problem for her. She was never able to kind of project this sense, this confidence in voters that she could lead this country. Once again, I'm not trying to put the cart before the horse here at all. I'm just saying that these are the stats. And if Trump goes on to win, this could be a big reason. Because why?
And it's going to be hard when we get done with all of this, whenever it is. It's going to be hard to isolate one issue or one demographic, even though we all are going to want to do that. But coming into the election, Trump won one big thing before tonight, and that was what life was like 4 years ago. And
his closing message.
4 years ago, we're talking about pre-vaccine pandemic. Economy was under most metrics in rough shape, but people remember it much differently. And so when he asks that question, were you better off than you were 4 years ago, people are taking Trump's side with that, and I think that matters when it's a kitchen table issue.
Yeah, David, I want to ask you, one of the themes going into tonight was the gender gap that we've talked a lot about. Will women show up for Kamala Harris? Will men show up for Donald Trump? What are we seeing in that? I know earlier you had said that numbers were down for Kamala Harris and a little bit up for Trump. What are we seeing now?
Yeah, she's down 5 points from 2020 with Biden. Biden won women by 15 points. She's only winning women tonight by 10 points. That's a problem for her. And Donald Trump won men by 8 points in 2020. He's up to 11 points tonight. So he's up 3. She's basically down 5 from Biden. And if you look at the the female-male number, because we've talked about how basically Trump needs to make sure his number is bigger than Kamala Harris's number with women. And look at this. It's close, but Kamala Harris is winning women by 10. He's winning men by 11. So it's very, very close. But once again, back to the nickel and dime situation, you know, you win women by 1, you win black voters by a certain amount, Hispanic voters were big tonight. You put them all together, it's a lot to overcome.
Yeah, and like you were saying, 1,000 votes here, 1,000 votes there, and it all adds up to one big picture.
David, I'm sorry, Nathan, I want to ask you real quickly. We only have about a minute left, but we're looking at 2 specific races, House races in Virginia. Virginia, the 2nd district and the 7th district. Right now, it shows Vindman leading in the 7th district with about 80-some-odd% of votes counted. And in Virginia District 2, Kiggins is leading with about 25% of the votes counted. What does that signal as far as who wins control of the House?
It shows us that control of the House is going to be very close. I mean, Kiggins being ahead, she had the advantage coming in, so if she wins, that would be as expected. That 7th district, more in central Virginia, was one of the 8 toss-up districts that we have anywhere in the country. If Democrats are able to, it probably is a must-win for them. If Republicans end up winning it, then that would be great. But that is why everyone's focused on it, because there are so few true toss-ups, and that's the one to watch.
All right. Well, aside from the presidential race and House and Senate contests, voters in 10 states are deciding the future of abortion where they live.
Yeah, another major issue this election cycle. CBN News correspondent Lori Johnson has been monitoring the results of those ballot measures and joins us now for more. Lori, what's the latest?
Well, Jenna, 3 states now have decided this issue, and it's been a pro-life victory, a huge pro-life victory for the state of Florida, but 2 pro-life losses in the states of Maryland and New York. The voters in Maryland and New York voted yes to enshrine the right to abortion in their state constitutions. Other states, Arizona, 5 other states, Arizona, Colorado, Missouri, Nebraska, and Montana, are leaning yes, but have not been decided yet. And South Dakota is leaning no. Currently, Nevada is the only state that hasn't reported anything at all up to this point.
All right, Lori Johnson on the abortion issue for us. Thank you so much, Lori. I wonder if we might be able to weigh in with David. You know, David, we talked about the gender gap, how Kamala Harris needed to turn out women. What are we seeing with the women vote, and is abortion really getting to them to the polls? Is there anything we can glean from what we know so far?
Okay, let's do.
That 14% or so folks believe that abortion was the most important issue in this election. It came before the economy was number 1, then abortion, then immigration. So immigration was not the number 1 issue tonight, not the number 2 issue, according to the exit polls. So I think that's pretty interesting. You would think that would help Kamala Harris, and I'm sure it has in certain places. The question is it going to be enough? And at this point, it doesn't appear that way. We don't know, though. We don't know.
Yeah. All right. Well, while the race for the White House, of course, is very contentious, on Capitol Hill, so is the fight for control of the House and the Senate. And that's where senior Washington correspondent Kelly Wright is tonight. Kelly, does the balance of power in Congress matter? What impact does it have on America?
Has a vast impact on America. I mean, when you look at Congress, you're looking at the institution that is our legislative branch. Of course, the Supreme Court is our judicial branch, and then the president would represent our executive branch. But what happens here in Congress is that they enact laws that matter to you, laws that matter to many of our viewers who are scratching their heads sometimes thinking that these 435 members in the House and the 100 members in the Senate, they have a failure to communicate, as one famous line from a movie once said. What we have here, gentlemen, is a failure to communicate. And sometimes that's because they're actually trying to get to the root of what makes a good law to help America be better and stronger. Well, members of Congress also have a duty, they are duty bound to actually take care of the people of America, creating laws that help us with health care. On the Senate side, they have judicial confirmations for the Supreme Court. They also have confirmations for the next cabinet that will come in that the president will select for his or her administration. The bottom line is this: without Congress, the country can't move. And when Congress is slow on getting a budget passed, we all hear about it, and we hear hiccups and people apoplectic about, are we going to make that debt ceiling? Are we going to have that continuing resolution? That happens here in Congress. It is probably one of the most august bodies in the world that many people throughout the world envy, because members of Congress understand that they are duty-bound to protect and serve the United States, the people of America. And so enacting those laws and doing the business of the people, for the people and by the people, is fundamental to America's growth and development.
Yeah, Kelly, when we talk about faith, what role does faith play in Congress?
You know, historically, faith played a huge role in Congress. If you go all the way back to the first Congress, if you go back to George Washington and all those members of Congress who actually understood the dimensions and the foundation of our principles, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, in order for a more perfect union. We, the people, endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, they understood that. And throughout the years, during the Abraham Lincoln years, when we were dealing with slavery and the world, and then of course the Civil War, which is the bloodiest battle that hit us all, they were duty-bound to understand that faith played a significant role. They came together, they prayed together. Even in Congress today, members of Congress, for Americans who may not know, they actually meet together in a bipartisan fashion for prayer service. They have a chaplain of the House, they have a chaplain of the Senate. They actually come together to pray. And if you've ever visited those prayer services, you are amazed that members of Congress who actually fight it out about what kind of law and legislation they're going to pass actually come together and understand that they have a duty to God and country, and that's to honor God and then to respect that and actually go out and live it. In fact, right around the corner from me is Senator Tom Cotton's office, and I don't think you'll mind that in front of his office there's a flag that waves, and it's actually a flag that many people have been circulating throughout the country that declares an open heaven. I think that's really admirable that the senator would do that, to put that flag out there, to actually signify that we need an open heaven over Congress so that God reigns sovereign over our government, over our judicial branch, our legislative branch, and our executive branch. For righteousness exalts a nation, sin is a reproach. So for this next administration that's coming in, for the next Congress that's coming in, let them start right where they used to, on their knees in prayer, for guidance from God to lead us as a nation, to be better, to be greater, and to make America love again.
Yeah, and to heal that division that we're seeing. All right, Kelly, thank you so much. And with that, let's head over to John and Nathan at the wall with the latest on House and Senate races. Guys?
Okay, again, we're with Nathan Gonzales, editor and publisher of Inside Elections and a Faith Nation contributor. Why don't we start in the state of Ohio? We'll start with the top, working our way down. So we have the presidential race. What are you seeing? Yeah, and Ohio is not the bellwether that it once was, but it's still important. In the presidential race, the AP has called it for Trump. What we're looking at here is the margin. And right now, the margin matters because of the United States Senate race, where Sherrod Brown, if Trump is going to win by 12, 13 points, then that is a good sign for Bernie Moreno, who is, this race has not been called yet. But again, ticket splitting in 2020, only one state split its ticket from president of the Senate. Maine, it voted for Biden and it voted for Susan Collins. And so Moreno, it's looking good for Moreno. But there are a couple of two key House races, one in the 9th District. Democratic Congresswoman Marcy Kaptur, the longest serving woman in the House. She is up narrowly. The race hasn't been called yet, but Republicans have been trying to defeat her. And this is a very close race. I think you mentioned the other day, like, her race is always close, and she's, if I remember correctly, the district has been redrawn. Right. Republicans, redistricting does matter, and they tried to they redrew the district to try to defeat her. 2 years ago, they nominated a flawed nominee. We don't have to mention J.R. Majewski by name, but they were unsuccessful. They felt like they got a better candidate this time around, and we'll see. I mean, he's trailing narrowly. Then in the 13th district, which is over in the Akron area, Democratic Congresswoman Amelia Sykes against Kevin Coughlin. The race has not been called by the AP yet, but she had the advantage coming into tonight, and she's up, but the race has not been called. Now let's go over to the Delaware Senate race. This was an open seat.
Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester is winning this race, and this is important because over in the Maryland Senate race,
you're right. You're so getting ahead of me. There we go.
The Maryland Senate race, we talked about Angela Brooks, the Democrat, winning over Larry Hogan. This will be next year will be the first time that 2 black women have served in the United States Senate together. And before we move on to, if we go back to the Senate race,
sure.
Larry Hogan, Republicans had a lot of hope in Larry Hogan as a 2-term popular Republican governor. But what he found is that voters are making a distinction between governor and Senate, because with the Senate, control of the Senate is on the line. And so there were just too many Democrats who voted for Hogan in the past. They may even liked the job that he did, but they didn't want Republicans in control of the United States Senate. And I think that's why he ended up falling short.
You know, we live in the Washington, D.C. television market, which has been inundated with a lot of Maryland political ads. And I found it very interesting. Governor Hogan identifies as a pro-life Republican, but he was running as a pro-choice Republican, which shows the significance of the abortion issue in this
I think there were just too many Democrats that didn't believe him, that they just don't trust Republicans on the issue. And so with that control of the Senate on the line, he just didn't get enough crossover voters.
You also want to talk about District 6.
Yeah, people always ask me about sleeper races, and this was one of the sleeper races that we were watching. Now, this district extends from some suburbs in Washington all the way out into western Maryland, all the way out here, which is basically West Virginia. It's a very diverse district. This is David Trone. He was a Democratic congressman who lost in the Senate primary. To Brooks. So this is a Democratic open seat. You see right now, with 50% of the estimated vote counted, Neil Parrott, the Republican, is winning this district, and this would be big. Neil Parrott this is his 3rd run for Congress, and Democrats, if April McClain Delaney ends up losing, there will be criticism because she didn't exactly flood the airwaves with ads or use all of her advantages against Parrott, and this is a close race. This would be an upset for Republicans.
Anywhere else you want to go?
Let's go back to Virginia. It always comes down to back to Virginia. Let's go to that 7th district. We're in the 2nd district. Let's go to the 7th district because it is one of those pure toss-up races. Eugene Vindman up 51 to 49. It says 100% of the estimated votes counted. Now, this could be because there could be still votes outstanding that the AP is not ready to call this race. But this race got a lot of attention because Derek Anderson, he put a photo out online with a woman and 3 children who are not his children. He's not married with kids. He had this, it looked like a family photo with a family that was not his, and Democrats tried to take advantage of that. And so if it ends up being this close and Anderson falls short, then that little kind of unforced error might make a difference in a very key House race.
And I hate to put you on the spot, but if this name, Eugene Vindman, sounds familiar, it's because his brother, Alexander Vindman, was caught up in the whistleblowing of the Ukraine.
The Zelensky call, the Trump, in the multiple impeachments in the first impeachment.
What's been interesting watching some of these campaigns on the local level, both of these are veterans, military veterans, both of them, serving their country. I believe Anderson was making some hay about how Vindman called himself a colonel, even though I think he earned the title of colonel, but he couldn't retire. So it's interesting how the issue of their military service actually played into the campaign as well.
And it was a reminder, whenever you watch football, for those of you that do watch football, that is some of the prized TV ad time, because if you're watching other shows, you are all over the place on various platforms, but the campaigns and the parties know that if you're watching football, they know where to get you, what channel, at what time. And it was remarkable to me watching games is that it must be hard to make any sense of who is what and who is lying or who is telling the truth, because you're getting so many messages, one right after the other.
Nathan Gonzales with Inside Elections. Thanks so much. Jenna, we're going to send it right back over to you.
All right. Thank you both. Well, as the fight for control of Congress plays out on Capitol Hill, Donald Trump is down in Florida tonight, taking in the election results. And that is where we find Tara Mergner. Tara, what's happening there now? Is the mood picked up a little bit?
Not exactly. You know, I was thinking to myself earlier, I've been in a number of these campaign election night events, and it's always true that it starts off as electric. Everybody is very excited, and you can always tell which way the campaign is going based on the mood of the room. This is one steady Eddie crowd. So I had to find out more. So I asked around, and basically the mood is this because they feel so much is at stake for this country. And after seeing what happened in 2020, they just don't want to be disappointed again. There's just too much at stake, they tell me. So nervousness is the word of the night. That said, as some of these results start to continue to roll in, things get a little bit more serious. You can hear the crowd erupt in applause. So I think if things continue to go this way and things continue to look up, we're going to see a big change in the atmosphere, especially when Donald Trump shows up here sometime later tonight. We still don't know where that is. Now, we've been talking a lot about some of the issues that led Trump to this point in his campaign. One of them is crime, and that has resonated deeply with a lot of the folks here tonight because a Trump victory represents to them what they see as tougher, more effective approaches to public safety. They view his stance as a necessary correction to Harris's policies, which they believe have failed to protect our communities. One of Donald Trump's sharpest criticisms this election cycle has been her approach to criminal justice. Trump's team has frequently labeled Harris as soft on crime, citing her past support for bail reforms and changes in sentencing policies that they argue have contributed to rising crime rates in cities across the nation. Trump points to increased violent crime and property crime as evidence that policies like hers have made our communities less safe. Now, with data showing crime in some of these cities rising by double digits since 2020, this criticism has become a powerful talking point for Trump, especially with recent research showing that 74% of Republicans and a significant percentage of independents are concerned about crime, and Trump has pledged to prioritize law and order and roll back a lot of the Harris-Biden policies. So, back here live in West Palm Beach, Florida, waiting for Donald Trump. We have no idea when he's coming. Certainly depends on what happens here tonight. The crowd cautiously optimistic, and incidentally, I recognize some of these folks from previous Trump campaigns. We've got a lot of diehards here. Again, we've got an increasing sea of red hats, and very excited here to, although tempered, to see what goes down tonight and if Trump can pull this out.
Yeah, it seems like that's the word, cautious optimism.
Tara, you mentioned crime. What kind of changes could the country expect to see in dealing with crime if Trump is reelected?
Well, there's a list of them. Among them, more funding for law enforcement, judicial reforms, crackdowns on drug trafficking, particularly at the border, and tougher sentencing laws, John and Jenna. I think you're going to see a lot of that. And this is, again, one of his first priorities if he wins tonight or whenever we know the outcome.
All right, Tara Mergener reporting in West Palm Beach, Florida. Thank you, Tara. Well, Dr. Mark Caleb Smith is the director of the Center for Political Studies at Cedarville University in Ohio. He joins us now for more. Dr. Smith, welcome. So can we just backtrack and talk about the abortion issue and how it's played into this election cycle? Can you talk about how it's framed this election?
Yeah, I mean, abortion has been a pretty steady presence in our politics for a couple of generations now. With the Republican Party being pretty staunchly pro-life on the whole, Democratic Party being pretty staunchly pro-choice. I think this election cycle has shaken things up just a little bit. At the national level, we've seen the Republican Party shift around a bit on its policy with abortion, especially in the RNC platform that was put forward over the summer. And Donald Trump, I think, who's generally recognized as a pretty effective pro-life president while he was in office, was also a bit ambivalent on the issue at different points, as well as was his running mate. And so abortion became a little bit more of a controversial issue within the GOP. And I think primarily because when abortion has found its way onto the ballot in places like Ohio, as you said, where I am right now, the pro-choice position has often succeeded even in pretty red states like Ohio or Kansas or Kentucky and others. And so I think abortion scrambled the campaigns quite a bit, at least compared to recent history.
Dr. Smith, you're an expert in constitutional law. Looking through the lens of potential legal fallout from tonight, what kind of lawsuits might be on their way?
I think it's going to depend on what happens here. Is this going to be a very, very tight election like we saw in 2020, where there are contested ballots, where there are dueling sets of electors and things like that? If we end up with a not terribly close race, either in the Electoral College or at the popular vote level in a handful of these states, then I'm not sure we'll see the kind of litigation that we saw in 2020, at least surrounding the election itself. Depending on who wins, of course, we may have a whole other set of constitutional issues that emerge in the next administration.
Along those lines, can you walk us through the process of what any legal challenges would look like? How would they wind their way through the courts?
So it depends on what level we're talking about. The Electoral Count Reform Act was put in place in 2023, and it revised the way that the actual Electoral College votes are counted. A lot of the controversy in 2020 surrounded those Electoral College returns, and much of the litigation was at the federal level. Well, that piece of legislation has now changed that. So there's really only very narrow grounds that these things can be challenged in the federal court system. And I think it's very unlikely we're going to see that happen. What's more likely, if this does become a contentious election in the next week or so, is that you're going to see state level challenges take place. State laws have a lot of variability. What the legal issues are, of course, will be dependent upon what kind of where we are and what kind of issue transpires. If you think back all the way to 2000, the issue is really a flawed ballot in Florida. The so-called butterfly ballot made voting very complicated in a few counties, and it also created trouble counting those ballots, and that created a whole host of legal challenges. If we have a contentious election, I think we're going to have to wait and see what sort of issues emerge. I know we have people still standing in line in places in Michigan and Georgia, from what I've heard. Some of those things will be contested if those states end up being very, very tight.
Dr. Smith, I want to ask you if we can just zoom out a little. Right now, again, we're early into the night. There's still a lot of electoral votes up for grabs, but Donald Trump is leading just under 200 with 198 electoral votes to Kamala Harris. What does that suggest to you as we're looking at states and we're looking at ballots being counted? What does that tell you from a historical perspective of what voters are thinking as they're choosing the top of the ticket? Who will be the next leader of the United States for the next 4 years?
Yeah, I think regardless of who wins, unless there's something really surprising that unfolds over the next 12 to 24 hours, it's going to be a pretty close election. It's going to be within a few percentage points probably no matter what. The Electoral College returns will probably be relatively close as well. And this probably will be decided in a handful of states by a few 100,000 votes spread across those states. If that's the case, we're going to have a very divided country regardless of who emerges in the next administration. And that pattern has been in place really since 2000, where we have basically regional parties for the most part, with the Republicans very strong in the South and the Mountain West, with Democrats very strong in the Northeast and the far West, and then some swing states in between. Neither party's really been able to emerge and take control during this party system. And this very divided politics has made it complicated for us to solve problems, for Congress to engage in meaningful legislation. And it's just been a very difficult, complex party system. Unless something dramatic happens this evening, I suspect this is going to continue, whether it's Mr. Trump or whether it's Kamala Harris in January.
All right, Dr. Smith with Cedarville University, thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Well, while the former president is in Florida monitoring results, Vice President Kamala Harris is in Washington, D.C., watching how the night is going from her campaign headquarters at Howard University.
And that's where we find Washington correspondent Michelle London. Michelle, what's the latest?
Well, John, Jenna, it may be 10 p.m. here on the East Coast, but I'm not seeing one tired eye at this watch party. The crowd here is still feeling optimistic. I heard one person describe it as nauseously optimistic at this point. They're hopeful, but they're watching closely now as those electorate votes continue to roll in here on the screen beside me. And right now you have Angela also Brooks. She just defeated Hogan for Maryland Senate seat, so they're cheering her on for Maryland. Maryland, and everyone here is really just waiting patiently at this point, yet still trying to just take in and just enjoy every moment. Polling sites in some areas didn't close until 8 p.m., but even still, Harris's campaign said it would continue releasing ads to target those low-propensity voters until the last polling site closes. Leading up to this night, Harris has promised to take the country in a new direction, honing in on topics like democracy, and has spent her final statements doubling down on codifying reproductive rights and economic policies like lower food and grocery prices, investing in building food supply chains and financial support towards small businesses. While she has been hammered on topics like immigration and inflation and kind of not taking a hard enough stance on Israel. Well, now's the time to see if those months-long visits to persuade those supporters in big battleground states like Pennsylvania and Michigan, and most recently emerging North Carolina, will translate into votes at the polls tonight. The key for her tonight is just sweeping that blue wall, especially grabbing a win in Pennsylvania and keeping the trend she has going in some of those Rust Belt states. John, Jenna.
Yeah, and Michelle, what else are you keeping an eye on there? You know, we can kind of hear the crowd behind you. It sounds like the energy is up. Are there any concerns, though? I mean, we're looking at the map here, and it is a very tight race. Is there concern? Are you hearing anything about that?
No, I'm not really hearing concern, but I have heard a shift in the atmosphere. It went from a lot of music, the DJ was playing music, a lot of performances, to now we're just watching this screen beside me very closely as these electorate votes continue to roll in.
Okay, Michelle London for us at Howard University. Thank you so much, Michelle.
Well, with that, let's bring Nathan and David back in. Based on what we know, let's look at the candidates and their path to 270. And as we do that, let's just mention again what we've been talking about. David, you were looking at Virginia. Virginia looked like it was trending for President Trump, former President Trump, and now it looks like it's shifting. And we told people at the beginning of the night that the results would be fluid. So let's start looking at Virginia and then zoom out to where things stand with the path.
Sure. Well, let's go to the national map. Let's just make sure we're on the national map. I think we are. Do I have it right? Yeah, there we are. All right, I did it. What do you know? All right, national map. Here we go. Let's go to Virginia. Right now, Kamala Harris leading by about, what was that? Did I just miss that? What was that exactly? It was about less than a percentage point. Let's just go to it. 49 to 40. Yeah, so it's real close. We got about 70% of the vote in, and if we click on Virginia, you know, once again, we're waiting for some of that vote in Fairfax County to come in, and the good news for her is that only 62% of the vote is in, so she's got some votes coming in there, and it looks like down here in the southwest part of the state, look, 99%, 99%. A lot of this, well, 81%, but a lot of this stuff is already in for Trump. So he may not win Virginia, but if he doesn't win it, he gave it the old, as they like to say, college try. Let's go to the national map, and let's look specifically at Pennsylvania. Nathan, I think this is interesting here. Here's Pennsylvania. 57% of the vote is in. Right now, Donald Trump up by 3%, but, you know, that doesn't mean anything right now. But let's go to some counties. And some of the Trump campaign folks are texting me here in the last 30 minutes because I went to this county, and then they texted me the same county, and I noticed the same thing. Because look at this, Lackawanna County, right up in here. There it is, Lackawanna County. Kamala Harris is winning by 3 points there in Lackawanna County. This is the home of Scranton, Pennsylvania. This is, you know, Joe Biden in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Biden won that Lackawanna in 2020 by 8 points. She's winning by 3 points. So he has cut into that by 5 points. That seems pretty significant.
And there's also a big congressional district there, the 10th district represented by, sorry, the 8th district represented by Matt Cartwright.
Should we look at that?
Let's see if we can play with our tools here. Let's go here. Matt Cartwright against Rob Bresnahan, Cartwright is the Democratic incumbent, but this is every win is a must, every seat is a must win. But I'm also looking at the Senate race as Trump's advantage in Pennsylvania extended a little bit more than that 0.3 that we had earlier. You could see that Dave McCormick is now slightly ahead of Bob Casey Jr. in that Senate race. So that high correlation, the top of the ticket matters when it comes to Senate and House races.
Yeah, and let's quickly go back, if we can, to this wild map. It looks like an Etch-a-Sketch gone wild here. But if we go to Berks County, look at this. This is Berks County, and here's why this is important. Donald Trump is up 14 points in Berks County. Trump won this county in 2020 by 8 points. He's now up 14. That's a percentage point difference of 6 points. He's up this year by 6 points. Why is that important? It correlates with the Hispanic vote that we've seen across the country and playing out in Philadelphia, or excuse me, in Pennsylvania as well, because this is what is considered that 222 corridor. There is a Route 222 that goes up from Reading, Pennsylvania in Berks County. It kind of goes up through Allentown over here into Lehigh County. That is a heavily populated Hispanic area right in here, northwest of Philly, and it correlates by the fact that Donald Trump is doing better this year up in here, especially in Berks County, not as well in Lehigh, by the way, but he's doing well in Berks County, and that's where a lot of Hispanics are. And of course, we know that Donald Trump has made major inroads with Hispanic voters tonight, so that's something to keep an eye on.
Hey, David, I want to ask you about some of the swing counties. You know, before the election, we were talking about Northampton and some others. What are they doing tonight?
Oh, well, let's do that. Let's go to Pennsylvania. Let's go to Northampton. Jenna, you want it? We got it. Sounds good. Here's Northampton. And what do we got? We get Donald Trump is winning in Northampton. That is one of those, as you said, Jenna, it's a swing county and a swing state. As Northampton County goes, so to speak, so goes the state. Trump is winning that by about, keeps disappearing on me, by about, what is that, 5,000 votes. So, and 76% of the vote is in. So that's a good sign. Then again, Jenna, let's
look at Erie.
Yeah, exactly. Erie is the other way. Erie is another one of those swing counties in a swing state. Whoever wins Erie typically wins a state, and Kamala Harris is winning that by a lot.
David, Nathan, something that we haven't mentioned that I just want to hit on. As you're looking at the county map, if you want to go back to Erie or any place, we saw that there are other candidates. So in the state of Pennsylvania, Robert F. Kennedy wasn't on the ballot, but he is on the ballot in a couple of other states. So what factor are these other candidates who are, whether it's Jill Stein, Cornel West, or Robert F. Kennedy, are they factoring in at all based on what you're seeing?
Well, in a close race, anything matters, and everyone matters. And we know, though, that it looks like RFK Jr. Republicans and Trump perceive him to be more of a threat to them than he is to taking away from Harris. How do we know this? Because in North Carolina, RFK Jr. dropped out of the race after the ballot deadline, but Republicans challenged through the courts, ended up getting him taken off, but they had to throw away 2 million ballots that had already been printed with his name on it to reprint those, I think because Republicans thought that he could be a threat. So where he is still on the ballot, it could take away slightly from Trump, and that could end up making a difference.
Well, and we can look real quick. I'm trying to, well, let's look at Jill Stein, for example. Jill Stein, it says other candidates here in Virginia. Well, let's not look at Virginia. Let's go to, I don't know, Michigan, for example. And I guess we don't really have much with Michigan either. Let me just see if she's there.
The Rust Belt right now is trending pink.
Well, sure, right, for now.
Yeah.
For now.
Slow and steady.
Well, yeah, and actually...
And I'll say this, while you look for, there's Stein, there's in Minnesota, Stein on the ballot, although Minnesota isn't as big of a battleground. But we have to remember, though, there are third-party voters in this country. There are Green Party voters, there are Libertarian voters, and those voters just fundamentally believe that the two-party system is broken, and they would never vote for a Republican or a Democrat. So just because, you know, if Trump loses a state by 1 and the Libertarian Oliver gets 2, that doesn't automatically mean that they threw the race to Harris. It's a little bit more complicated than that.
And guys, let me just say real quick that I'm getting some text this evening from sources inside the boiler room, if you call it, if you will. That's the Trump boiler room. That means kind of where they're going through the numbers and crunching the numbers. And they are very bullish right now on Wisconsin.
They're going to win Chicago.
They're going to win Chicago tonight, everybody. Good night. No, Wisconsin. They really like what they're seeing in Wisconsin. And look at these numbers for a second. Let's put this back up on the stream because this is interesting to me. Look at the other candidates down there. 20. You saw that, right,
I was
John?
just going to mention both Wisconsin and Michigan are states that have multiple candidates. When I say multiple, more than just the two. There are some states that have 3. Wisconsin has 5 presidential candidates. It says Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, RFK, Cornel West, and Jill Stein. And you can see there by those numbers, that's significant when you look at the margin between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump.
I mean, if it's just going to be decided by a few thousand votes, 5,000, 10,000, I mean, there's your difference right there. And that's not good news for Kamala Harris. And if I could just quickly go inside Wisconsin and just take a look at this real quick. This is Milwaukee County. We keep going back to it because this is where she needs to get out the black vote turnout, and she is at about plus 35 over Trump right now. That's not going to do it. She needs to be around plus 40. And look at these, the WOW counties. Remember we talked about Waukesha, and we talked about Ozaukee, and we talked about Washington, all 3 of those. If you look at those specifically, especially look at Washington County here, Donald Trump is up, what is that, about 42 points. Let's do it again. There it is. Washington County. That's a suburb of Milwaukee. He's up 42 points. He was up 38 points 4 years ago. So he's up in the suburbs around Milwaukee. It's these little things that add up. And by the way, the reason they're, we can get out of this now, but the reason they're bullish also, the Trump campaign tonight, on Wisconsin specifically, is because, remember, the black vote in Wisconsin, Donald Trump only won 8% of the black vote in 2020. Tonight, he's winning in Wisconsin 20% of the black vote. That's a difference maker in a very tight election.
All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I've got so many facts, my head is exploding.
All right. David, Nathan, thank you so much.
Okay.
Well, aside from the economy, immigration has been another leading issue this election cycle. Both candidates campaigned on the need to secure the border.
Under the Trump administration, we will end this migrant invasion and we will deport every last criminal alien targeting our daughters and our children, our families, other people's families. They're going to be gone. They're going to be gone fast. Immediately upon taking the oath of office, I will launch the largest deportation program in American history.
My highest priority is to put the resources into ensuring that our border is secure, which is why I've been very clear. I'm going to bring back up, as president, that bipartisan border security bill and make sure that it is brought to my desk so I can sign it into law. The biggest issue that we have right now is that Donald Trump has stood in the way of what would have been a proven part of the solution to the bigger problem, which is that we have a broken immigration system in America and we need to fix it.
All right, and as we bring in our next guest, just a quick update with the electoral count. Donald Trump leading 210 to Kamala Harris at 113. Now we want to bring in Pastor Tony Suarez, founder of Revival Makers and Chief Operating Officer of National Hispanic Leadership Conference. Tony, welcome to you. So the exit polls today showed the top issues for Latino voters were the economy and democracy. Is that what you expected?
Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, there's this misnomer that immigration is the #1 issue for Hispanics, and that actually hasn't been the truth for the last 8 years of elections. The economy is #1, criminal justice, education. Those are the top 3 issues, and then comes immigration. And what we're seeing right now is a shift in the issue of immigration. This is a very different issue than it's always been, especially in the Hispanic community. There was a day when the border issue was a labor issue. That's no longer the case. When you talk about the border, it's not about labor, it's about security. It's about national security. And Hispanics want they don't oppose the wall. In fact, they don't just want a wall. They want there to be security along the wall because we want to live in a safe nation. So there's no surprises here. What I think is that the secular media that was portraying things a little different, they're the ones that are eating a little crow, and the American people are coming to the realization of what really matters to Latinos.
How energized, Tony, were Hispanic evangelicals going into tonight?
Well, I think we know they were energized, but what I like to tell people tonight is that we're seeing the results of revival. Okay, Hispanics are the fastest growing segment in every denomination across the United States. And as Hispanics come into the things of God and embrace this biblical world value, it's reflected in their vote. So we're seeing the power of revival. We're seeing what happens when righteousness comes into play and how that exalts a nation. So I think that this is a trend that's going to continue to grow. Hispanics have always been more conservative in their issues when it comes to life and marriage and other issues where the nation, unfortunately, has gone a little more left-leaning. So I thank God today for what we're seeing in the Latino community. And I'm also very excited as a father of 5 teenagers or 5 kids between the ages of 14 and 20. I'm very excited to see this millennial vote and how it's shifting towards biblical values. I had 2 that were voting in this election for the very first time. And I just thank God that we're seeing our faith passed down to another generation.
Tony, we just have a few seconds left, but I want to ask, which states do you see the Hispanic vote having the biggest impact or growing influence?
I think that's to be continued because Hispanics are well beyond where we think. We know California, Texas, Florida, but history will show the impact they had in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Georgia, the battleground states. I think much of this win will be credited to the Hispanic vote.
All right, Pastor Tony Suarez, thank you so much. Great to see you this evening.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tony.
And with that, let's bring back David and Nathan. David, what are you seeing tonight in terms of the Latino vote? I know we were talking about the 222 corridor in Pennsylvania. Any other areas you're looking at?
Well, we'll wait to see what Nevada and Arizona do tonight, and I'll actually get those exit poll numbers here in a moment. But I think the big story with Hispanics, for folks that haven't been with us at the top at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock, when those exit polls came out, Nathan, I mean, it was shocking. I mean, Donald Trump made up 25 points among Hispanics. In other words, Joe Biden in 2020 won Hispanics by 33 points nationally. Tonight, Kamala Harris winning Hispanics by 8 points. I mean, Donald Trump has really, that's not just a dent. I mean, that's a sledgehammer to that number. And we're seeing the results of that specifically in places potentially like Pennsylvania, where we mentioned Berks County, which is is a crucial county here.
Nathan, let's kind of hone in on that. So in the last week, we've heard a lot of hay made about the Puerto Rican vote, the Puerto Rican community, based on comments made at a Trump rally. It doesn't seem like that has made a dent in his support among Latino voters, at least at this stage in the night.
Right, and it'll probably be some time before we make some distinctions within the Latino vote, whether we're talking about Puerto Ricans or we're talking about voters of the Mexican origin, and depending on geography and how many generations your family has been in the country, there are a lot of distinctions to be made. But overall, these are good initial numbers for Trump. And him running strong in Pennsylvania and Ohio has that down ballot effect. We talked just a few minutes ago about Congresswoman Marcy Kaptur, the Democratic Congresswoman in Ohio. Now she's down narrowly to that challenger Republican Derek Marin. And in Pennsylvania, there's a number of key House races where Republicans can pick up seats there.
Real quick, you mentioned the Hispanic vote, and I just looked at the exit poll numbers. So in 2020, Joe Biden won the Hispanic vote by 24 points over Donald Trump. This time around in Arizona tonight, Kamala Harris won it by 14 points. So that's a plus 10 differential for Donald Trump. So across the board, especially in the battleground states, he's doing very well with the Hispanic vote, and that's going to obviously play a huge role in Arizona. So just to be clear, at this point, it is looking pretty good across the Rust Belt and potentially in Arizona as well.
All right, and with that, we want to call, the AP, rather, has called the race for Trump in Iowa. Iowa reported Trump 56%, Harris 42%, with 65% of the vote counted in Iowa.
Nathan, this is particularly interesting because over the weekend, we were talking about a respected pollster who suggested that Harris might be winning within the margin of error, if I can get that out. Iowa.
Right. Ann Selzer, who polls for the Des Moines Register and has a remarkably accurate track record in Iowa, showed that Harris was up a few points in a poll released over the weekend, and that turns out that was inaccurate, that was an outlier rather than the trend. And so that maybe that shot of optimism that Democrats felt a couple days ago has dissipated. If it hadn't dissipated earlier tonight, it certainly dissipated with those Iowa results. And again, the polling, I get a lot of questions about the inaccuracy of polling in going to show that we're going to have a close race, and a lot of these states, Iowa aside, continue to be close.
David, the Harris campaign seemed to be buoyed as they were closing their argument, saying that they felt that the late-breaking voters would turn to them. We're just, based on the exit polls as they exist right now, it doesn't seem to show that that's been the case.
No, as a matter of fact, Donald Trump won those late breakers in the last week by +12 over Harris. So they were breaking for Donald Trump at the end. Also, what was interesting, I saw in the exit polls tonight, this is very interesting, and this is only 7% of voters, but these are first-time voters. First-time voters, Donald Trump winning them by +7, which is interesting. So once again, you know, you put that together, and I think all night long, the theme has been the cobble it together strategy, and that's exactly what Trump seems to be doing, whether it be a little bit up in the rural areas, definitely up in the Hispanic area, the black vote in certain areas. It so far looks like it could be a winning formula.
Yeah, that gets to what you were saying, David, the low propensity voters. It seems like the Trump campaign was able to get a lot of them out. Any sense about men and where the low propensity men that they really were counting on?
Well, I mean, it's hard to say right now. I know he's up +11 with men over Kamala Harris. It was +8 in 2020, so he's up +3. And I know in Wisconsin, among black men under 50, or not under 50, excuse me, overall black men, he's up +2. So, you know, in just all different states, it seems to be, you know, pretty revealing that it's having an impact. Once again, at the margins, and this election seems like it's going to be won at the margins.
All right, David, Nathan, hang tight. We'll get with you just a little bit later on. But still ahead tonight, we'll talk about the role of Israel and Gaza in this presidential election. That and more after this.
There's a movement growing.
I felt led to pray for America.
I started to pray for America.
I am praying for America. People from all over the world are praying for America. Right now, we're praying for all 50 states, and we want you to be a part of it. Only through humbling ourselves in prayer can we change the course of our nation. So join us. Go to prayforamerica.com. Take the pledge to pray with us. When you do, you'll receive your free Let's Pray for America gift. It includes a prayer card, an exclusive Pray flag, and static clink sticker to let others know you've joined the movement. Plus, special prayer guides to help as we pray together. Be a part of this movement and let's pray for America.
I am praying for America.
I'm praying for America.
I'm praying for America.
Join us now at prayforamerica.com. Call now or text PRAY to 71777.
Get Pray with Power, CBN's exclusive prayer guide, plus 2 insightful teachings from Gordon Robertson and Charlene Aaron.
God is inviting us to use His Word to form and to guide and to shape our prayers.
Refresh your prayer life and learn to pray with authority.
When we pray from that place of the Word of God, that's praying powerfully.
Get Pray with Power, available now.
Because of Superbook, my parents and brother know Jesus, just like I do.
You can spread the word of God and share the love of Jesus with CBN Animation. We are seeing millions of children transformed with the gospel message, and it's making a difference. You can spread God's love to children around the world and right here at home. Call now or go to cbn.com/animation. Share God's love with children around the world today.
A nation in a fight for its existence becomes a model of hope, community, and innovation. So how does Israel thrive despite its constant struggles?
I think Israel may be the most resilient country in the world.
From integrating youth into national service to companies supporting working parents.
We do a better job of maximizing human potential.
Explore a culture built on belonging.
It's this incredible sense of we are home.
solidarity.
We're all encouraging each other, lifting each other up. We're a unit.
And service.
Everyone knows they have a part, and everyone knows how to pivot from normalcy to crisis on a dime.
Join CBN's Gordon Robertson to discover Israel's true innovation. Its people.
We are not going to be normal. We are going to be exceptional.
And I think that is the genius of Israel.
The following program is sponsored by CBN.
An election like none other.
One of the longest.
I am tonight announcing my candidacy for President of the United States.
And shortest.
So I decided the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation.
I'm no stranger to unlikely journeys.
Presidential campaigns comes down to this.
American citizens with the final say.
Deciding who will lead the country for the next 4 years. Former President Donald Trump.
It is time to turn the page.
Or Vice President Kamala Harris.
The two history-making nominees hold competing visions of the future, reflecting a deeply divided electorate, with Americans concerned about the economy and jobs, immigration and the border, and social issues like abortion and the fight for life.
Voters also deciding local and statewide races, likely shifting the balance of power in Washington, with ripple effects across the globe.
You're watching special CBN News coverage of Election Night in the United States, a trusted source of news and information because truth matters.
Well, good evening and welcome to CBN's special coverage of the 2024 election. Thanks so much for joining with us. The nation, the whole world, is watching to see who will be the next president of the United States. Throughout the evening, we'll bring you up-to-the-minute results of the heated race for the White House, a race that so far has been too close to call since President Biden backed out of the race. Kamala Harris became the nominee. Of course, that's not the only race that's taking place or the only one you'll be watching tonight. We have city, county, statewide elections that will all help determine the country's direction the next year and beyond. On Capitol Hill, Republicans are hoping to gain control of the Senate. There are 34 upper chamber seats, Senate seats, up for grabs tonight, and control of the Senate is at stake. In the House, Democrats are hoping to gain back power. All 435 seats are up for grabs, and each party is looking to get at least 217 of those. And meanwhile, 11 states are voting for governor. And when it comes to the biggest issue of this election, abortion is on the ballot. 10 states have ballot measures that will determine the future on that matter. But the big question and the big ticket tonight is the Oval Office. Former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris are both hoping their campaigns have done enough to secure the spot at the top. To do that, not only do they have to win over the American people, they need to gain enough votes in the Electoral College. As ballots are counted and results continue to come in, the CBN News team will be covering all the angles of the election. And joining me tonight to help lead us through the program, Jessup, Jenna Browder from our Washington, D.C. office, providing up-to-the-minute analysis of results. We also have CBN's chief political analyst, David Brody, and editor and publisher of Inside Elections, Nathan Gonzales. Coming live from Donald Trump's campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach is Tara Mergener with the latest on how the Trump team is viewing the night. And meanwhile, from Washington, D.C., Kamala Harris's campaign has set up shop for the night. Michelle London will be bringing us an update. For how the balance of power is shifting in the House and Senate, Kelly Wright joins us from Capitol Hill. But let's kick it off where things stand with the presidential race. So, John and Jenna, where do we stand?
Gordon, as of 11 o'clock Eastern, all polls in the continental United States are officially closed. It's just voters in Hawaii and Alaska that will wrap up in just about an hour.
Now, results have been pouring in throughout the night. Right now, the race for the White House looks very tight as anticipated. It does look like Donald Trump has a slight edge, though.
That's right. So with that, let's bring in David and Nathan. David, Nathan, let's just give a quick update of where things stand electorally. We have Trump leading Kamala Harris in the electoral vote vote count 214 to 179. I also just want to quickly mention that that the AP, if I'm reading this correctly, the AP competitor has called the Senate race in Ohio for the Republican candidate Moreno, which means he unseats Sherrod Brown, the three-term Democrat. So, Nathan, David, what are your insights right now? What stands out to you as themes as we hit the 11 o'clock hour?
Well, guys, I got to tell you, right now, as it stands, Donald Trump is leading. He's got small leads, but he's leading in all 7 battleground states. He's also on track right now to potentially, and this is going to be wild when I say it, potentially to win the popular vote as well. At this point, we will see if that materializes. But the big theme of the night is the list that I have in my hand. Every category that Donald Trump has done much better in this time around than 2020. The Hispanic vote, 25 points better. The suburban vote, Catholics, a 20-point swing with the Catholic vote. Evangelicals through the roof, 81% tonight compared to 76% back in 2020. Gen Z, he's doing better than he did in 2020. The union households, men, independents. The list goes on. I feel like I need a parchment scroll at this point as to how impressive this has been, Nathan.
Yeah, the ingredients are in place for a very good Republican cycle. I mean, Trump, David talked about Trump is in the driver's seat in the states that he needs to, and some in the Senate. If Bernie Moreno does end up winning and the AP ends up calling that race, that is enough for a Republican majority, and then it doesn't matter who wins the White House and who would break ties in that respect. And then in the House, we really only have very limited data. AP has only called 5 of the 65 races that we're showing, but based on how everything is going at the top of the ballot, it looks like Republicans would be in favor to maintain control of the House.
You know, going into tonight, there was a lot of talk about will we know the winner, or could it be days or even weeks? What's your sense tonight? Could we know sooner than we thought?
Yeah, we could. I mean, I think we could. I mean, let's not get ahead of ourselves. I mean, you know, we've been saying all night, you know, preaching patience, if you will. But this has a sense that it could be earlier than we expected. Now, when I say earlier, that could be 5 in the morning. I don't know exactly. But the reason I say that is based on the empirical data that I'm seeing in the exit polls, because the exit polls, as I read to you right here, I mean, if this is all coming to fruition, and we're seeing it in state by state. If he's winning all of these subset groups, then it's probably just a matter of time before some of these states are called, and it could come very quickly.
Right, and the official calling of the race could take days, because there are some ballots in some states where you only have to be postmarked by Election Day, and they could be returned after. And so the official it could still be days, but things are pointing in one direction.
So in 2020, before races were called, if we remember correctly, it's not that far back, Donald Trump declared victory in the presidential race. Do we suspect that that might happen again?
Well, I expected Trump to declare victory no matter what happened tonight, but he might have more data behind him if he ends up doing that later this evening.
Yeah, probably a smart move to have him just hold off for a little bit here.
Well, what do we anticipate with if he, I know we're getting ahead of ourselves, but if he is reelected, he would be the first president to have non-consecutive terms since Grover Cleveland in the 1800s. What do we anticipate with a second-term Trump White House?
Well, I mean, there's so much to unpack here. You know, first of all, he's going to try to extend that, or I shouldn't say extend, but renew the tax cuts, if you will, that he had that are going to expire here soon. But there's a whole lot of policy agenda stuff on task. I think what's going to be most interesting, if we get to this point, I do feel like we're getting ahead of ourselves here just a little bit, but what role will Elon Musk and RFK Jr. and other outside actors, if you will, play in this administration, because it's going to be a different administration than 2016, no doubt about it.
Yeah. All right, David, Nathan, thank you for your insights. We'll, of course, check back in with you throughout the night. With that, let's go back to Gordon.
That's really good advice, David. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I remember 2020 going to bed thinking Trump was probably going to have a narrow victory, and then I woke up and he had lost. So let's make sure all the votes are counted. Well, as voters weighed their decision ahead today, they considered many issues, from the economy to immigration to abortion. But one issue weighed on some voters' minds, and that's Israel. In the final days of both campaigns, they both highlighted their visions for the future of the Middle East. and their goals of easing tensions in the region.
We're going to bring peace. You're going to have peace in the Middle East, but not with the clowns that you have running the U.S. right now. You're going to have peace. You're going to have peace in the Middle East.
Here's the thing. Let's talk for a moment about Gaza. We all want this war to end and get the hostages out, and I will work on it full time when I am elected president, as I've been.
Well, a recent poll from Israel's Channel 12 found that 66% of Israeli citizens favored a Donald Trump victory, and 17% say they wanted Kamala Harris to win. Joining us now is Joel Rosenberg. Joel is the author, founder, and editor-in-chief of All Israel News and All Arab News, host of the Rosenberg Report. He joins us now live. Joel, I've got to ask the news coming out of Israel, because of all days, Netanyahu picked today to sack his Minister of Defense. How's that going over in Israel today?
Well, Gordon, great to be with you. That is big news. Look, Israelis are divided right now in terms of what we should be looking at most. To our west, we're looking at your elections in the United States because we really are very, very curious. And you've got 66% of Israelis want Trump to win. Only 17% want Kamala Harris. So that's very interesting. So we're watching what you guys are watching right now, but that's to our west. To our east, we're watching the Iran threat, because Iran says, the supreme leader says, he's going to attack any moment in a massive retaliatory strike. So in the middle of that, you're right, Gordon, Prime Minister Netanyahu decides to fire Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, who is a very experienced general. And there is real division here over whether Netanyahu is making the right move. Those two have butted heads very seriously over the last year during this war. But my goodness, I'm not sure where I stand right now on this, Gordon. I'm concerned. Many Israelis are, but I'm trying to watch and see what's the rationale that Netanyahu has, that in the midst of a 7-front war and an imminent attack from Iran, is this the right moment to remove a very experienced and very successful, I might add, defense minister who has done an astonishingly good job, especially in those last few months?
Well, Netanyahu spelled it out in his release, explaining his reasons. And for him, the bottom line is that Gallant allowed divisions in his policy against the prime minister's policy to not just be aired in private, but he took it first to the public in Israel, and then he took it to the enemy, that he allowed that division to be on the world stage. And for Netanyahu, that was untenable. And he had to show unity as Israel is facing some pretty obvious dangers. Is that explanation going to play with the Israeli public?
I don't know. That's certainly, you're right. You're accurately reporting the Netanyahu case, but the alternative case is that you're looking at Yoav Gallant, who has successfully assassinated all top 18 of the top 18 Hezbollah leaders, right? Executed the pager strategy that blew up 4,000 Hezbollah terrorists in Lebanon. Yoav Gallant's IDF has taken out the top 3 leaders of Hamas in Gaza as well as in Tehran, and has pretty much decimated the Hamas terror operation in Gaza. So if you look at the sheer successes of Yoav Gallant and the IDF, there is no case against him. Okay, now divisions on how to do the strategy, some of those divisions have spilled out in public, but you got 5 people in Netanyahu's office right now who have just been arrested for leaking, allegedly leaking classified information that could risk war aims. So again, I'm not saying that Netanyahu knew or that he's guilty. I'm just saying it's a tough case to make. And I would also say, Gordon, that the biggest issue right now is that Netanyahu is trying to pass legislation here in Israel in which ultra-Orthodox men and families the men don't work They get subsidies, essentially welfare from the government, and they're resisting being drafted by the IDF. They want child care subsidies. They want the government to pay for their child care, even though they are evading the IDF draft notices that they're getting. The Netanyahu coalition wants this to happen and is trying to pass it. It didn't pass yesterday, but people are like, wait a minute, what are you talking about? Bibi Netanyahu, we love you, those who do, but how could you possibly be supporting subsidies for a group of men that won't fight at a moment that we're in this exhausting and very, very challenging war? So that, you know, there are multiple things going on. Netanyahu is afraid that his coalition will unravel if he loses ultra-Orthodox political support. His government could fall. So Netanyahu is working very hard, but the problem is Netanyahu is now running up against public opinion, which is decidedly against the idea of subsidizing ultra-Orthodox men who won't even show up to serve in the IDF, even if they don't have to go into combat. So,
Joel, I have a hard enough time figuring out American politics. Israeli politics is way beyond. I mean, there's the number of parties, the number of coalitions, the number of elections has really been incredible. From your point of view, what does a Harris versus Trump administration mean for Israel?
Well, I think that Israelis have overwhelmingly rejected the closing argument of Kamala Harris that Donald Trump is a fascist, that he's a Nazi, that he's like Hitler, that he's an authoritarian. Israelis just don't believe that. Jewish Israelis. I mean, again, as I say, the split here from a poll just on Sunday was that 66% of Israelis want Donald Trump and only 17% want Kamala Harris. That's a 50-point gap in a country of Israel that's so divided on every other issue that a 50-point gap in favor of Donald Trump tells you that Israelis believe that Donald Trump will be better for Israel, that we will be safer, that he will have our back. And American voters, I'm just looking at some of the exit polls right now as the sun starts to rise here in Jerusalem, that the American voters who believe that American support for Israel isn't strong enough, something like 80% are going for Donald Trump. If you believe in America, if you believe that support, American Washington support for Israel is too much, this is decidedly going for Kamala Harris. So both here in Israel and in the United States, I think people are seeing that if you're really decidedly pro-Israel, you're going with Trump tonight. And so Israelis are watching this American election, Gordon, closer than I think we've ever watched it before. They all matter to us, but there's a real decided policy difference dealing with Israel, dealing with Iran, dealing with trying to finalize a Israeli-Saudi peace deal. Most Israelis, and it's apparently most Americans now, believe Donald Trump will be better on those issues, as well as bringing an end to these wars with Hezbollah, with Hamas. Americans don't believe Harris has the strength or the experience to do it, according to these exit polls.
All right. Well, Joel, thanks for your insights. So, John and Jenna, let's go back to you. And what's the latest on the election?
Well, here in the U.S., the topic of Israel has been a point of contention for the Harris campaign, especially in the crucial swing state of Michigan. About
200,000 Arab Americans call Michigan home. And from that population, a potentially sizable segment of the so-called uncommitted voters unhappy with the current administration's handling of the situation in Gaza.
The Democratic Party, currently, the current administration, is making it extremely difficult and a moral dilemma for me and us to endorse and give our vote.
The Arab American community, I believe, is going to be the deciding choice in the state of Michigan, which way this election is going to go.
And we're back with David and Nathan. Nathan, has the uncommitted vote hurt Kamala Harris tonight?
Well, it looks like it. It looks like it could. I'm trying to look at specifically in Dearborn, which is a heavily Muslim area, it looks like Jill Stein may end up in second place behind Trump and Harris third in Dearborn. That is not, I mean, I think there's a specific reason for that, and that is not something that Harris can afford in such a close state as Michigan. So that is a key place that we're watching.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm just going to quickly go to the map here. Let's do that because you mentioned Dearborn, so that makes me think, well, obviously of Michigan. And if we click on Michigan on the map, let's go to Wayne County. That's where Dearborn resides. Of course, it's also 38% black voters in Wayne County, only 1% voting, so why did I even click there? But there you go, 1%, so that's not going to tell us much. So we'll wait to see what that looks like. But overall, look, it's still, in terms of the election here, AP has it at 230 electoral votes. And yeah, I'm just getting word that North Carolina has been called.
Yeah,
for Trump.
exactly. North Carolina has just been called. I want to move to that, but real quickly, David, I was just looking at the primary in Michigan, which was just a few months ago in August, and it was showing that the uncommitted vote amongst Democrats was 13.2%, who chose to vote uncommitted rather than Joe Biden when he was at the top of the ticket. So that does show how sizable that group is. Looking, though, back to North Carolina, North Carolina being called for Trump, it does narrow the path for Kamala Harris to try to secure the 270 votes.
Well, it does, Nathan.
It's Rust Belt or bust, I think, for Harris. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. That could still, there is still a path for her. That would get to 270, including that one electoral college vote in Nebraska.
The problem tonight, and why this may be going Trump's way, and once again, the old hedge your bets and any sort of predictions here. But we talked about the Hispanic vote being much better for Donald Trump. Donald Trump improved in Pennsylvania, because we're talking about the Rust Belt. He improved 25 points among Hispanics in Pennsylvania. Look, when it's that big of a difference, that's going to make a difference overall in the state. Once again, back to that 222 corridor between Reading, Pennsylvania, up through Allentown. So that's going to be important. So look, we'll see. Let's go to Pennsylvania. Let's just take a look. The latest here, 76% in. Donald Trump winning by 3 percentage points, and this is where I'm going to go, right in that Philadelphia area. 60% of the vote in the state comes from Philadelphia. And if I look at Philadelphia, there, it won't stick there. You know, she's up, or excuse me, she's up by about 300,000. So, you know, it's pretty close there, but we'll see how it works out.
All right, David, Nathan, we'll check back with you later in the info zone. Gordon, we'll send it right back to you.
All right, election security concerns have been top of mind for many Americans, both in this cycle, the last cycle, and the cycle before that. According to the Brennan Center for Justice, since 2020, 92% of local election officials have taken steps to keep things secure. For more on that story, we're joined by Ken Cuccinelli. He's the chairman of the Election Transparency Initiative. Ken, we know many people are concerned about election integrity and are watching the process of counting the votes. Have you heard any concerns raised in specific states about ballots or machines or any issue of any sort today?
Well, I have, but I will say that and there are always going to be issues in a country of over 300 million people, but we're about 150 plus million are going to vote. But we've had a lot less issues than we've ever had before, and that is because a massive organic grassroots election integrity movement grew up out of 2020 and has helped secure elections across this country and make them run better and more honestly and more transparently. And we're seeing the results of that today. And I don't mean Donald Trump winning. I mean a smooth election. When I was the deputy secretary of DHS, I used to tell my security guards, I hope you have a boring day. And that's what we want. You don't want to hear election integrity stories today, and you all haven't been reporting many. There's Milwaukee issues, but if you've reported on that, there were 30,000+ votes ballots, that were not run through machines properly prepared. And, you know, I haven't been a Milwaukee fan of how they've run their processes in the past, but this time they said, oh, okay, you're right. That was not done correctly. We're going to start all over. And yes, it slows down the count, but everybody knows the 31,000 ballots they're looking at. And it is far more important to be accurate than fast. Both is nice. Look at Florida, for example. So it can be done. But when we're seeing these problems arise, they are less numerous, they are not as big, and they're being addressed instead of the election officials getting all defensive and fighting with election integrity advocates. Instead, they're fixing the problems. We haven't seen any major problems out of Arizona as we did in the midterms. So all in all, we've done tons better in this cycle, both in just running processes better and by reducing election security concerns, in part by addressing them ahead of time with good legislation and litigation where it's needed.
Well, in the coming days, you know, as the mail-in ballots are being counted and we get the final tallies, do you have any concerns that we should be looking out for? Can we trust the results of the election?
So far, I don't see any reasons for me to answer in the negative. I think that so far things are running pretty well, never perfectly. Many states have moved up their deadlines. We have advocated for that at the Election Transparency Initiative. States like Georgia, all their ballots, with the exception of overseas military ballots, have to be in by 8 o'clock today. So the deadline is closed. There were only 10,000 outstanding overseas ballots as of yesterday afternoon in Georgia. North Carolina has even less, though they accept mail ballots. My home state of Virginia accepts mail ballots till Friday. That'll be about 1 or 2% of the total vote. But I don't think they're going to affect the outcomes. One, because I think Donald Trump is winning by enough that it won't necessarily be enough to overcome that margin, but also because so many steps have now been taken in so many states to secure these ballots and to give you and I and the citizens of these states transparency into the entire process of how those ballots are handled. And so we can see in many states almost everything except how our neighbors mark their ballot, which is appropriate. We shouldn't be able to see that, but we should be able to see every other aspect of the process. And both sides of any campaign participating in it should also be able to watch at the same time. And we have a lot more of that. In 2020, I gave America a D grade for our election. I think we're all the way up to a B minus. There are some states that made things worse, like Michigan and Nevada, but almost all the other swing states and non-swing states. Virginia wasn't considered a swing state, but we made some things better as well since 2020. So there have been major improvements, and it's really showing today. We're reaping the benefits with a smooth day of electioneering. As you point out, we have several more days to go. This isn't over till it's over. In Alaska and California, in Arizona, this is going to go on for weeks, plural, weeks. However, the amounts of ballots outstanding when we get through, say, midday tomorrow is going to be very small in the states that are really still in play. And that's good for America.
Well, thanks, Ken. Thanks for the analysis, and especially thanks for the assurance that things are proceeding very smoothly. So thank you for being with us. They are going
smoothly, and we've got another 4 years of work to do when this election's over. We still have to improve things.
Yeah, we get to do it all over again. All right.
That's right.
Let's go over to John.
All right. Well, while the race for the White House is top of mind for most voters, on Capitol Hill, there is a battle over the balance of power.
And while Republicans hope to gain power in the Senate, Democrats are hoping to gain control in the House. Nathan, why don't we talk about this idea of split tickets? The Senate looks like it's poised to turn over to Republican control. So why don't we start in the state of Pennsylvania? We'll start top down and look at these split tickets.
Right, because of the lack of split ticket voters, the margin matters. And Trump right now in Pennsylvania leading by a 4-point margin. That's good news when we flip to the Senate race for Republican Dave McCormick over Bob Casey Jr. What we could be seeing is the death of political brands or personal brands. I mean, the Casey name has been golden in Pennsylvania from Casey and his father, and we're seeing that the appetite for that, I think, is limited if you are in a state that is going contrary to your party. We've seen that in Ohio, where we talked about Sherrod Brown being a challenge. Let's go to Michigan, though, and potential ticket splitting there. Trump is ahead. This race has not been called by the Associated Press, but a 6-point margin for Trump would be good news for Republicans. Former Congressman Mike Rogers. Heading into tonight, Congresswoman Alyssa Slotkin had a narrow advantage in this race, and so a bigger Trump victory at the top could pull Rogers over the line.
And this is, we should just also mention, with just 24% of the expected votes counted. We also wanted to talk about some House races. We said that the path to control of the House is through New York. So let's go to New York.
We do have a race in New York's 22nd district. This is Republican Congressman Brandon Williams. This race has been called by the AP, where Democrat John Mannion, a former teacher, has defeated Williams. So this is a Democratic pickup in the House, but this was also expected. This was viewed as one of the easier races or easier seats for Democrats to get. So this does not necessarily mean that Democrats are in good position to take over the House.
Any other races that you're looking at as far as maybe an indicator of where the House might go? It's too early to talk about races in California. Right.
Let's go back to North Carolina's first district, since North Carolina was just called at the presidential level for former President Trump. Congressman Don Davis, this is still 51-49. It hasn't been officially called by the AP, but this is one that Democrats, they have to win. They have to gain 4 seats overall, but they're going to lose. They lost 3 races in North Carolina because of redistricting, and so Democrats are playing they're trying to play catch up in the House.
All right. We're going to have to leave it there, and we'll send it back over to you, Gordon.
Well, here with us now is our new White House correspondent, Kelly Wright. He's on Capitol Hill tonight. Kelly, is not only the election day, it's your first official day on the air with CBN News, so I've got to say welcome. It's been a long time coming, but you're finally here, so thank you for joining with us. Let's talk about
It's a blessing, Gordon.
Yeah, let's talk about the election. Have there been any coattails on the presidential race? How has that trickled down to either the House or the Senate?
So look, Gordon, I think we go right to Bernie Moreno in Ohio. Actually out there on the coattails of the former President of the United States, Donald Trump. That being said, it remains to be seen what will happen in the House. But the Senate looks like it's definitely going to be well positioned to be Republican majority.
Well, in the Senate after this election, we know Mitch McConnell is stepping down. Any insight on who's going to take that role? Who's next in line for leadership?
So 2 men come to mind. First is number 2, John Thune of South Dakota, and then there's actually John Cornyn of Texas, who once served in that number 2 role. Both of these men are vying for replacing Mitch McConnell, and on November 13th there will be a secret ballot to actually vote one of those members into that position that Mitch McConnell held for nearly 2 decades.
Well, what kind of reactions are you seeing? Are the lawmakers, I assume they're watching it very closely. Are you hearing any reports coming out of them?
Well, some of them have been tweeting. For example, Senator John Thune said earlier today, I'm going to read this for you, Gordon. The Biden-Harris administration's policies are hurting hardworking Americans. It's time to cut federal bureaucracy and get power back in the hands of the American people. Then Senator John Cornyn, both of these men we've just mentioned, congrats to Bernie Moreno in Ohio on winning his race and flipping a blue seat red and giving Republicans the majority. And then Angela Alsobrooks making history tonight in the state of Maryland, becoming the first black U.S. senator, female senator for the state of Maryland. And she says, from the bottom of my heart, I thank each and every Marylander to serve the state, my home, it's the honor of a lifetime. But Gordon, here's something very telling. Larry Hogan, who was a popular Republican governor, said this, and I think this speaks well about what's going on in America. Larry Hogan calls on all Americans to believe in each other. He says Americans are convinced they are hopelessly divided divided and completely dysfunctional. He says we've got to get beyond talking and demonizing each other and lifting each other up. Very notable that Larry Hogan has reacted to his own loss this way, but vowing to continue to work with the state of Maryland and, of course, with all Americans to bring us together.
Well, I'll say a hearty amen to that one, and it's one I've been praying for. Right. My greatest concern this entire year is the divisions will get so deep, we'll see some kind of insurrection or some kind of violent response to the election, and we're not going to be able to accept results. We're not going to be able to move forward in unity, and it's wonderful to hear that. That is absolutely yes and amen. I've been a little surprised tonight. I heard earlier today David Brody saying that, earlier tonight, David Brody saying that Trump could actually win the popular vote, which I didn't think he could. That surprised me. Do you have any surprises tonight?
Well, I have to stand with you in agreement on that. I'm surprised if that rings true that the former president of the United States would go on to win the popular vote, particularly when you look at his last week of campaigning and how dark, as some people have reported, that he went, and even causing some of his own people to say, wait a minute, what are you doing? But the fact that he could win the popular vote is a surprise to, I think, not only you, but to myself and to many Americans who did not see that coming.
Well, again, Kelly, welcome aboard. I predict you're going to have a very busy year. There's going to be a busy transition, so I look forward to all of your reports. Thank you so much for joining the team, and thank you for being with us here tonight. All right, John and Jenna, over to you.
Well, thanks, Gordon. Real quickly, a quick update about the electoral count race. 230 for Donald Trump to 192 for Kamala Harris. Well, both candidates are eagerly watching and waiting to see how the evening unfolds. Donald Trump has set up shop in West Palm Beach, Florida, to monitor the results.
Yeah, and that's also where we find our senior Washington correspondent, Tara Mergener. Tara, with the votes coming in, what's the atmosphere like there tonight?
Oh, not much change, Jenna and John. It's still pretty serious. Donald Trump remains over at Mar-a-Lago with his donors and some key supporters, including Elon Musk. So certainly they're having a good time so far tonight watching these results pour in. Also, back here at the convention center, these folks do remain pretty intent on these results. It's gotten kind of quiet at times as they come in from these crucial swing states. We've talked a lot tonight about how he rallied his base. We've talked about crime. We've talked about border. The economy is another issue that supporters here are very concerned about, as are Americans across the country. Now, they express a strong confidence that Donald Trump would bring back economic stability, many saying his plans for middle-class tax cuts and a decrease in reliance on foreign oil as reasons to believe in a brighter economic future. Supporters say they need someone who understands how to fix the economy, and they believe Trump will do it. It is clear voters are increasingly concerned about rising inflation, now standing at about 4%, with prices up for just about everything. It's placed an enormous burden on many Americans. The economic backdrop shaping Trump's campaign message in 2024, positioning him as the guy who can get this under control. Now, Trump's messaging has been clear. He says Harris's policies are a direct cause of the current economic woes. Meantime, back here at the convention center, we've got these massive screens blaring at us as these results pour in. More people are starting to come in now as the night goes on. We're also hearing that Donald Trump may not speak tonight, but possibly tomorrow morning instead, and we'll certainly keep you posted on that. But all in all, I think the folks here are encouraged, if not rather subdued. John and Jenna.
Tara, you talked about the dark tone, but one of the elements of Donald Trump's closing argument was the economy. So the latest jobs report, though, was just released last week, and it was discouraging, to say the least. So what impact might this have had on voters in the final hours of voting?
Well, certainly it did not help Kamala Harris. It may have helped Donald Trump. I mean, 12,000 jobs added to the economy. It was described as horrific by some experts. And not only that, but other numbers from previous months were revised down. So the picture was not great at the end of this campaign. Especially it could affect the key demographic voter of the middle class, which both campaigns harped on. And with the economy the way it is, they were certainly hoping for good news. Whether or not it swayed the campaign, who knows? But at this point, we all know every vote counts.
All right, Tara Mergener in West Palm Beach, Florida tonight. Tara, thank you. While Donald Trump is in Florida, Vice President Harris is stationed in the nation's capital. She returned to her alma mater, Howard University, which is serving as campaign headquarters and a base to keep an eye on the race.
CBN's Michelle London is following the campaign and joins us now for more from Howard. Michelle, earlier tonight you talked about it being the vibe being excited. How are things now? How are people feeling?
That's a good question, John. The vibe, it was quiet for a while as all eyes are on the big screen beside me, but I just recently heard cheers. Kamala, that's because she's expected to hit the stage at any moment. And in the past few moments, many eyes here have shifted briefly to those Senate races from the Oval Office. And again, they're watching the big screen beside me. Many here are just taking in the moment this close to the finish line of such a pivotal race. The momentum's still going strong, though. Everyone here is patiently waiting and still really hopeful as those electorate votes continue pouring in. And then just really focusing in on those last-minute voters. Harris currently leads among the college degree crowd and must do well with white college graduates, especially women. The key for her is that she has to win the women vote by more than she loses the men vote. With her campaign theme around 2 words, freedom and future, Harris's campaign has essentially been about abortion rights, the economy, and former President Trump's lack of fitness for office. To get out the vote, her campaign has had 300 headquarters with more than 2,500 organizers across the country. They've worked with activist groups to coordinate and specifically target the low propensity and persuadable swing voters. Democrats are banking this system on this system that has actually helped them in the past elections. Leading up until now, Harris has worked hard to convince undecided voters in battleground states that she would be a good steward of a successful economy, a moderate Democrat, and someone whose presidency would be different and separate from President Biden's administration.
You know, Michelle, the question tonight is, did she do enough to get out the voters? You know, she does. It looks like President Trump has a slight edge on her tonight. In what areas has Vice President Harris received some criticism?
That's a good question, Jenna. You know, while she's been hammered on topics like immigration and inflation and having unwavering stance on supporting Israel during the Middle East conflict. But now's the time to see if those months-long visits to persuade those supporters in big battleground states will translate into votes and make a difference at the polls.
All right, CBN's Michelle London reporting from Harris campaign headquarters at Howard University in D.C. Thank you so much. Gordon, back over to you.
All right, well, let's go back over to David Brody and Nathan Gonzales. I've got a couple of questions for them. David, you've absolutely floored me thinking that Trump could win the popular vote. Are you going to stick with that?
I think it 50-50. No, he's got a shot. He does. I mean, it's right now within a couple of points either way. Which, by the way, even if he lost it by a point or two, you know, that would not be good for Kamala Harris. But he's on track, according to, and I'm looking over at the New York Times and some other places, that right now he's on track to win the popular vote. That could change. It actually could go up. He's up by about 1 right now as a projection. But that could change. We'll see. The New York Times.
I was just going to say, a key is, you know, we have nothing from California, and I looked, you know, in 2020, Biden got more than 5 million votes, more than Trump did in California. So we'll see.
But also, this is a projection. It's not a real-time sample, Gordon. So in other words, they're projecting the California vote. They're projecting what they think it'll be.
Okay, Nathan, are we down to the blue wall? You know, are we just looking at at this point in time on Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania?
Yep, that continues to be Harris's best path to victory. The Senate is looking good for Republicans, although there is an outstanding and quirky race in Nebraska where an independent, right now he's running, named Dan Osborne, is running neck and neck with Deb Fischer. That could throw a wrench into Republican plans to control the Senate majority. In the House, we really know very little about the House because there are so few races that have officially been called.
Okay. Well, for you, Nathan, what's your biggest surprise of the night?
Biggest surprise is, I guess, the margin. I mean, the margin in Ohio specifically, if Trump ends up winning Ohio by almost double digits, it played a key role in defeating Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown, which is a key race for the Senate. These margins are considerable and they matter.
Yeah.
Does that margin bleed over into Pennsylvania? Does it bleed over into Michigan? Are we going to see the same thing there, or is it just unique to Ohio?
Well, if the trend continues, there's a big difference between if Trump winning Pennsylvania or Michigan by 0.5 or 1 point, or if he wins it by 2 or 3, then that talks about bringing more senators with him to a new Senate class.
Yeah, you know, Gordon, I would just say, for me, what's been shocking tonight is all of the information I read at the top of the show, just all of the subset groups that Donald Trump has done so much better at. I mean, it's across the board, up and down the aisle. The Hispanic vote has been shocking to me that he's up, that he improved 25 points among Hispanics nationally. That's impressive. And real quick, I do want to mention Virginia. We understand Virginia has now been called for Kamala Harris. So that puts her, if we go to the board real quick, Gordon, I can show you there, it's 205 now for Kamala Harris to 230. And if we go to Pennsylvania, if I can just show you this, Gordon, I think you might be interested in this. If we click on Pennsylvania, once again, Trump's winning by about 4 percentage points. But if we go inside the numbers, look here into Philadelphia County. Philadelphia County, she's winning by, if you do the math, it's about 56 percentage points over Trump. But she won Philadelphia, or excuse me, he won, Biden did, in 2020. He won Philadelphia County by 64 points, 8 points more than that. That's a problem. And this is what's been happening to Kamala Harris all night. It happened in Georgia as well. If I could just quickly go over to Georgia, you can see this. Gordon, let's just move over to Georgia if I got it here. And then Georgia, it's the same thing down in that Atlanta suburbs right there, specifically Fulton County, where Atlanta is. She's doing great, but not as great as 2020. She's about down 2 points or so from Biden's number in Fulton County, right in here, and then also in Gwinnett County, right here. So if you add it all up, and then Trump is doing so much better in the rural parts of Georgia, you put it all together, and it's adding up, like literally it's adding up for Trump. And I would expect Georgia to be called any moment now. It's about 91% or so of the vote. And a source just texted me that is in Georgia tonight saying there's no way she can win Georgia. The votes are just not there. She's out of votes and out of time.
Well, another surprise I had was the gender gap didn't seem to materialize the way it was projected. And so there was a lot of predictions that based on 10 states are going to have abortion amendments on the ballot, that was going to drive a pro-choice vote, which is, would also drive women to the ballot box. Maybe some that had not voted before or were seldom voters would turn out, and then in that vote, they would be voting for Harris. And it, just based on what I'm hearing from you tonight, that really didn't happen. So any explanation on why? Is it just because the economy, immigration became the dominant issues, or is there something else?
Well, I think the something else could be the intangible of Kamala Harris as a candidate. I mean, she just didn't quite get the motivation that she needed from certain constituencies, even females. I mean, Joe Biden won women in 2020 by 15 points. She only won women tonight by 10 points. That's not going to do it. That's just not going to do it. And by the way, Trump was up 3 points among men. So you put it all together, And that's a problem.
And Gordon, there's going to be a lot of soul searching if if Trump ends up winning and the Senate goes, and we still don't know about the House. But Democrats are going to have to blame someone or something. So do they blame Harris? Do they blame too much focus on abortion? Do they blame something else? Do they blame Biden? But who they blame is going to affect how the party is going to react and how they're going to act in future cycles.
I would just quickly add, Gordon, we're seeing a fundamental shift tonight right in front of our eyes. When Donald Trump and the Republican Party is winning or I shouldn't say winning, but they only lost Hispanics by 8 points compared to 33 points 4 years ago. That's a significant shift. And as well with the black vote as well, you know, I'm just looking at the states tonight. I'm talking about the battleground states. Donald Trump did 2 points better in Michigan. He did 3 points better in Wisconsin, 5 points better in North Carolina, 3 points better in Pennsylvania, all with the black vote.
Well, if I can get that country map back up, that flashed up briefly, not the county, but the whole country, national map. Yeah. The blue wall is looking pink.
It is. And if you look at it specifically into Wisconsin, 70% now. And this number has increased for Donald Trump. He's up 4%. It was 2%. Michigan is 40%. That'll take a little while, but he's up 5%. And in Pennsylvania, 81% is in, and he's up 4%. Yeah, and Bucks County, if I can just show you Bucks County in Pennsylvania, look at this, Gordon. This is the suburbs of Philadelphia in Bucks County. We talked about this the other day on the 700 Club. And look at that, 49-49. Biden won this by 4 points in the suburbs. Donald Trump is even with Kamala Harris in the suburbs tonight. This is the type of stuff that's been a problem for her tonight.
Are you guys ready to call it?
Oh, me? No, I can't. No.
I think we've learned our lessons.
Better stop
we should have learned our lessons from previous cycles.
That's right. We're the
I
info
learned my
zone.
lesson in 2020. I went to bed and went, whoops.
Yeah.
But anyway, I thought it was one way, and then it turned out to be another. So it can still, the blue wall could still hold. All right. David and Nathan, thank you. We appreciate your insights. Back to you, John and Jenna.
Well, speaking of specific demographics, a Gallup survey from earlier this year shows 68% of Americans identify as Christian. Of those, 55% describe themselves as actually practicing. Both campaigns have targeted Christians in an attempt to win over religious voters this cycle.
During the final pre-election push, Vice President Harris visited churches.
When I think about the days ahead and the God we serve, I am confident that His power will work through us. Because, church, I know we were born for a time such as this, and I have faith.
Meanwhile, former President Trump has been meeting with evangelicals around the country, a key base for his campaign. Back in 2020, 81% of white evangelicals supported Trump.
And now he's hoping to have their backing once again by highlighting his record on religious freedom.
For 4 straight years, I fought for Christians like no president has ever fought before. You know that. I protected the religious freedom of doctors, nurses, teachers, and faith groups like the Little Sisters of the Poor. Oh, I fought for them. I blocked the IRS. They were coming after everybody. They still are, I guess, to an extent. But now they are because of this administration. But I blocked the IRS from using the Johnson Amendment to interfere with pastors' freedom of speech. I mean, we want to hear from our pastors.
According to Pew's most recent polling, Mr. Trump appears to have a majority share of the Christian vote. Pew found leading up to today, 61% of Protestants backed the former president. Among white evangelicals, that number jumped 82%. However, his share among white Christians who don't consider themselves as evangelical dips to 58%, while 41% back Harris. Among black Protestants, Harris dominates with 86% support. Gordon?
Well, Michael Ware is the founder, president, CEO of the Center for Christianity and Public Life. He literally wrote the book about how the Democratic Party's outreach to people of faith. He was the architect. Michael, how is Vice President Harris doing with people of faith tonight?
Well, well, first of all, it's great to be on with you. I think we're still looking as the results come in and as exit poll data is shifting to reflect the results. I think in some categories she's holding her own. The numbers among white evangelicals look relatively similar to what they did in 2020. Among Catholics, I'm seeing a significant, perhaps decisive drop-off based on the numbers I'm seeing. One interesting note about the white evangelical vote is while the split between the Democratic nominee, and the Republican nominee, though the split is roughly similar, white evangelicals, again, according to current numbers, in 2020, they were about 28% of the electorate. Exit polls currently have white evangelicals at about 21% of the overall electorate. So we'll want to keep an eye on that. That would be a really significant drop off. Yeah, we're still waiting to see data come in. But like I said, Harris is holding her own among some demographics, but among some key demographics, particularly I'm looking at Catholics, it looks like there was a significant drop-off.
Well, let's talk about Catholic vote, and specifically the Catholic vote in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. How is that breaking? Is that breaking either with Harris or with Trump?
It looks like generally Trump has a slight majority among Catholics. A wider margin among white Catholics specifically, but relatively in the ballpark. I mean, this is a very close race, and so both among evangelicals and Catholics, none of the numbers by themselves are particularly disqualifying of a Harris victory, at least again at this point. But we do see Trump winning among Catholics, even in those battleground states at this point.
Well, I've long wanted more Christians to be involved with the Democrats. I think it's a mistake long term for the nation for things to get split politically along religious lines. So what will the Democrat Party do for outreach to Christians going forward?
Oh, Gordon, I don't. I run a nonpartisan nonprofit with the mission to contend for the credibility of Christian resources in public life for the public good. What I'd say is, I think this is a really important moment for Christians to come to terms with the fact that politics isn't going anywhere. Regardless of how this election turns out, we're going to be living in a country that remains deeply divided, a country where we have political figures that are quite effective at reaching into the lives of Americans and the life of the church through all of their media outreach and all the money backing their endeavors. And as Christians, I think we need to make a decision about whether we're going to take our lead from politicians or whether we're going to provide a distinct witness in our public life. I think that is what this moment is crying out for. It's crying out for Christians to make our own way, not taking the lead of politicians, but actually being a challenge to and a witness to politicians and the broader public life. And until we get out of this mode of taking our lead from the political cues of the day, our nation is not going to be well served.
Yeah, I think we need to take the lead starting tomorrow, as soon as we actually know who won. Take the lead, and let's bring our country together. These divisions are tearing us apart. We don't need it. Let's pray and let's act our prayers. Thanks, Michael.
Yes.
Thank you for your insight. Thanks for being with us.
Really wonderful to be with you. Thank you, Gordon.
All right, John and Jenna.
Well, no matter the outcome of the election, one thing is sure: Christians across America are praying for our country.
And that has been on full display in one Illinois congregation. Willow Creek Community Church in the suburbs of Chicago launched a campaign called Prayers for the Next President. 11,000 letters were written, and they'll be sent to the White House once the next president is in power. And here's one of those prayers.
Dear President, you are trusted and you are loved, not just by the American people, but by God, to do what is right. That's what you're trusted to do. I can only imagine the infinite criticism and pressure, the pain that you will suffer through. But through it all, your power is a vessel of hope to bring unity, peace, and humility to this world.
And Gordon, this has been, of course, such a contentious election, and much of the nation is divided and still will be after tonight. What is your prayer for our country?
My prayer is we don't continue these divisions. You know, we can disagree on tax policy, we can disagree on foreign policy, we can disagree on a lot of different things, but at the end of the day, can we come together and be Americans and be that one nation under God? But one of the great things that I think our founders gave us was this wonderful republic. And they knew the dangers of monarchy, and that was all part of the American Revolution, no king but Jesus. And they knew from Scripture, and if I can get that Scripture up, I want to read it. The kingdom, and they knew this is from the book of Daniel. The kingdom and dominion and the greatness of the kingdoms under the whole heaven shall be given to the people, the saints of the Most High. When you read that verse and then read our Constitution, we the people of the United States of America, they're following Scripture. This is the government that God wanted. He didn't want Israel to have kings, rulers that would lord over the people. He didn't want that. He wanted self-government. And when all the authority is given to the Son of Man, he turns around and gives it to the saints of the Most High God. My prayer is that we, the saints of the Most High God, would take that task very seriously. It's up to us to create the culture that we want, the nation that we want. So please pray for that. Thanks for being with us tonight. Turn into the 700 Club tomorrow for the latest results, and David will make a prediction.
Tonight, Decision Day for America as the nation chooses its next president.
If you were on the fence, you were headed